All right. I am going to call this meeting of the Dixon Unified School District Governing Board to order. And I'm opening for any public comment on closed session. Seeing no public comment on closed session, we will adjourn to closed session.
Experience testing them without the bad internet and the issues and disruptions they have at home or in daycare. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I'm looking forward to teaching them in person.
Thank you.
Thanks. And thanks to all the kindergarten teachers who participated, a really positive step forward in seeing where kids are with regards to their learning.
Great. Okay, Jill Fry,
Great.
you're next.
Superintendent Dolan, can I hop in just for a second? Can
Sure.
anybody see the timer?
Yes.
I can't see it, but
Okay. I don't see it, but it's on my screen. Do other people see it?
I don't see it.
Yes,
I don't
Okay.
see it.
you got to go on grid view and it's at the top. If you go on grid view.
yeah, I'm on grid view. I don't see it, but
I
why
am
don't
too.
Mark, why don't you just make sure that just in case anybody else can't see it, that you let folks know when they're at their 3 minutes.
I'll do the call out.
Can you see it, Brian? Okay.
Yeah,
great.
I can. I'll do the
Okay.
call out.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on, Jill Fry.
Yes, I want to thank everybody for all of their hard work. And I'm kind of piggybacking on Kathy Michaels. I was thinking today that I'm not sure if people fully understand what in-person school is going to look like and be once we do come back in the hybrid model. And I really do like the idea of having some examples or some very specific points to bring up to parents so that they do understand that it's not going to be school as usual, that it will be a little bit different. It's doable, but it will be different. So that was just my thought. And also I can see the blue sky timer square, but no timer.
Great, thank you. Yeah, I think a few of us are having that same issue. Okay, great, thank you, Jill. And Mia, you're next.
Hi, everyone. I'm Mia Lodigiani, and I'm going to piggyback on what Denise Trish was talking about. I'm a kindergarten teacher at Tremont School, and I just wanted to thank everyone involved, especially even our principals, for backing us up. This is something we have been planning actually since about October and hoping for, our in-person testing of our kindergartners. And we're just so thankful that we had the opportunity to begin this this month. So far, it's been incredibly positive for the children and for us as teachers. At Tremont School, we're having 100% of the parents agreeing to have them come in, and they're bringing them joyfully. The children are skipping in and are so excited to be a part of this first chance to be on campus. It's been done safely. And I've even witnessed children who will not engage on Zoom hardly at all with any words, skip in and be ready to come spend time with me in my class, even though it's for testing. So it's just such a joyful thing, and it's really lightened me up as well. I just feel like this is why I teach. They're around me, and it's so beautiful. We're seeing personalities emerge even in that 30 to 40 minutes that we're with them. They're just excited. These children have never been in school, and they're so happy to be there with us. I'm also excited that I feel so confident that we're going to have amazing, accurate data on our children. So when I meet with their parents, I just feel like I'm going to be able to tell them so much about what they've learned and where we need to go. And that makes me as a teacher incredibly happy. So all in all, thank you everyone for agreeing to this. It was really important to the kindergarten teachers to have this happen. And I, as I've said many times, just cannot wait to have our kindergartners back and let them have their true experience in kindergarten. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mia.
Great, thank you. And Barbara, you're next.
Okay, hold on one second. There we go. Okay, hi. My name's Barbara Garlick, and I've been teaching in the Dixon Unified School District since 2005. And I want to piggyback on what Mia and Denise just said, that Again, I am so thankful to the school board, DTA, administration, the office staff at Anderson School and the custodial staff at Anderson School, because it took everybody and the parents and the kiddos for making it possible to conduct to give the option of in-person assessments. And everything's been done following safety guidelines, and it's gone great. And in fact, one little girl that I assessed today, I walked her to parents and to her mom, and I just heard her say, oh, it was so much fun. And it's kind of like what Mia was just saying. I'm assessing them, and just for them being at school after an assessment, the little girl expressed, oh, that was fun. It's just, you see the joy in their faces, and it's bringing joy to me. So a big thank you to everybody that helped make it possible.
Thanks, Barbara.
Barb.
Okay, Valerie, you're next.
Oh, goodness. Can you hear me? That's my daughter helping me out. Hi there. Okay, so I looked at the agenda, and first of all, hi, everyone. It's great to see all of you. The Equity Task Force, I did not see that on the agenda, correct? Okay. So I wanted to share something and find out where I would funnel this information. So at our school, as you know, February is Black History Month. And at our school, we have an MTSS committee that has put together daily mini lessons about Black history, about segregation. And, you know, it's really powerful when you talk about these things with our students, because they really don't, even the students of color do not realize what it was like and how far they've come in the specific situations like Rosa Parks, the different people that made such a huge impact on that. So given that information that I wanted to share and present, who would I send it to? The Equity Task Force, or does the district or do the school sites have an MTSS? I'm not really sure how it works in Dixon on this.
So Valerie, I think I'll ask you to send it to Nick Giramani, and then he can funnel it to the correct. It might be him. If not, he can funnel it to the correct party or parties here to address that with you. Thank you for reaching out. We are going to have an Equity Task Force report at our next meeting.
Great. Okay. It's
kept it
about
pretty-
what, once or twice a month? Sorry to interrupt.
Say that again. I'm sorry, I missed your question.
Is it about once or twice a month? Do they present, or once a month? For the Equity
This will be their first formal presentation. They're meeting monthly.
Great. Next time? Awesome. Super
be on March.
excited.
Yep.
Okay, just real quick. You know, there was some discussion. This timer's stressing me out since I'm long-winded. So this is a good thing for me. Since you know, there was some discussion about having a curriculum and all of that. This would be a great introduction to just a really great way, an easy way to get some really powerful information out to our students. Okay,
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Valerie.
Thanks, Valerie. Okay,
That was pretty
thank you all for public comment. Is there any other public comment before we move on to our agenda items? All right, seeing none, we're going to move on to our first agenda item, the approval of a plan for reopening the school for the 2020-21 school year.
All right, thank you, Catlin. Mark, if you can make sure that I can share, please. I'm going to get a presentation up here. All right, bear with me just a moment. All right, everybody, thank you for joining us tonight. We have many important board meetings across the course of a school year, and certainly this is the most important one that we've had in a long time. So I want to make sure that we recognize that tonight. I also want to make sure that we frame what we're going to do tonight in the most positive and constructive way possible. So, and a couple of speakers have already touched on a little bit of this at least. So one of the norms of collaboration is to presume positive intentions. And I think that thought tonight is a valuable one for us. And I'm going to be very frank in how I address some of what's going on out there. Because I think it's the only way for us to really understand and hopefully then have a productive meeting here. You know, we got finger pointing going on between parties that staff aren't serving the kids right now, or don't want to serve the kids the way they deserve to be, which I wholeheartedly disagree with. We also have parents or families characterized as they don't care about staff and just want them to come back regardless of conditions and such. And those are extreme characterizations, I think, of all parties. Here's what I know. I know that our kids deserve our very, very best. I know that it's been very hard for them. I know that our staff is working extremely hard to provide the best services and experience possible for kids. I know that kids and families are stressed and challenged with this whole experience now, almost a year, more than they've been stressed and challenged with anything in their families' experiences. And I know that we're here tonight because we want to take some concrete steps towards getting our kids back to school in person. Let's remember that our kids are at the center of this. Let's make them proud with how we proceed this evening. Let's make let them be proud of us for how we do every step of conversation around this. They deserve that. So that part of the homily over. Sorry here. So why are we doing this now? Why are we bringing you this first big step in the process of reopening now? And some of you understandably have wanted this for a long time. So, but why now? So we clearly see that health conditions are improving, and there always remains question marks on what's going on out there. We also know that our safety protocols and practices, they're so well established now. You know, the masks, and obviously there's still resistors, but masks and distancing and the other elements of keeping the risks mitigated to the greatest degree possible. And then the needs of our students. And my heart is just warmed by our 3 kindergarten teachers sharing with us tonight. I didn't know they were going to do it. And I might get emotional tonight, folks, honestly, because this is emotional stuff. But to see these 3 wonderful teachers who I've known for a long time lit up, talking about getting to see their kids, and talking about the impact of that 30 to 40 minutes on knowing where those kids' learning is right now, and just that connection. You know, that was such a powerful reminder of why we need to be back there with those three ladies speaking. I want to share a really quick story about one of our students who I saw 2 weeks ago at the textbook distribution at John Knight Middle School. I've known this child since before she entered kindergarten. Had a strong connection with her ever since. She is one of the most outgoing, socially gifted, comfortable, confident. Put her in a room, she's going to not only light it up, she's going to bring people with her. And she was at inside the door helping to pass out some papers to kids, and there was a little bit of a lull between students. And she had passed the papers out to a student, and then we're chatting, and she got a little flustered, and she said, "What's up?" And says, with a trembling kind of voice, says, "I don't know how to do this anymore. I don't know how to talk to kids." He's one of the most gifted souls I know of any age in terms of interacting, and she was kind of frozen. And so when we talk about why now, you know, we have the academic gaps going, but we know the loss for our students in so many of the elements of their social, emotional well-being is also so striking. The gaps have just deepened and widened, and we have to work to get them back as a result. So what informs our decision-making tonight? So public health guidance and direction. And if you follow it closely, and most of you don't, it is evolving, changing regularly. So we're here tonight with guidance that came out as recently as last Friday. Okay. We have been planning, the administrative staff of the district, we've been planning virtually since we closed. And so anytime we're in front of you, we talk about, we have a lot done, we have a lot behind us, and we do. Our negotiations with our two labor partners, the Dixon Teachers Association and SEIU Chapter 1021, both the work that we've done since last spring and the current work we're doing with them. And then finally, the input from our families. And I'll talk about our survey here in this next slide. We offered a survey, kept it open for over a week and a half, and it just closed on Monday morning. And we had just shy of 2,000 responses. That covered 68.26% of our students. We did ask families to submit the student name, school site, grade level, so that we could use that data a little bit better. So 68.2%, 0.26% participated. 72.37 said it was their intent to return for in-person instruction. And for those math students at home, 27.63 said they would prefer to remain in distance learning. So over 70% of our folks said they would have their children return for in-person instruction. So I'm going to run through about 4 or 5 components of the return that are they're the critical elements of us coming back. And we've said from the start that safety has to drive everything else. So we've got a lot of safety planning done, and the protocols and practices are based on the list of agencies there in front of you. I'm not going to read every line of this to you. And we've been planning, again, as I said a moment ago, since the spring, participate in weekly meetings with public health at the county level. We read like crazy. We have other meetings. We've been working on this. So these are the major, although not necessarily all of the components of the safety plan. And rather than give each of these its own slide and me be here presenting for an hour and a half, I'm going to give you a brief synopsis of each of the components that are listed on this page. The factors, the components on the left-hand side are the 5 priority areas that the Centers for Disease Control identified last week in its most recent guidance for reopening schools. The ones on the right-hand side were not established as the highest priority areas. Nevertheless, they remain really important components of getting ourselves reopened. So face coverings, it feels like should be no explanation needed, but all individuals on the campus will be obligated to wear a face covering at all times. The small exception if a child was eating a snack or something of that nature. If someone is not comfortable with a mask, then they wear a shield with a drape tucked into their shirt. Medical exceptions are dealt with on a case-by-case basis. But for a family that just feels my child is not going to wear a mask at school, then you would have to take the distance learning option. All employees required to be face covered at all times. Physical social distancing, barriers, and room setups. So there's a 6-foot standard that is established in the guidance that we work with, 6-foot separation. In limited cases, when there's no other way around it, the distancing can be as small as 4 feet. Again, that's straight from the guidance. We will be building our classroom setups in that standard. We have plexiglass barriers for all desks in the district. And then the room setups will be done with desks spaced out appropriately to maintain the 6-foot standard. So all of the best practices which have been specified are repeated and included in our planning. Hand washing and sanitizers. Almost all of our elementary classrooms have a sink in the classroom. So hand washing is possible in there. And not very many classrooms in the middle and high school settings have sinks in them. All classrooms will have hand sanitizer available in them. Hand sanitizer will be available on the outside of the campuses as well. Entrance, exits, restrooms, you name it. So the elements of a place to get the hands clean will be present everywhere. Cleaning and disinfecting. We had a change come to us recently with, it's less than a month old now, or about a month old, with the California Department of Public Health guidance, which said you should not disinfect student areas, you should clean them. What's the difference? It's the type of chemicals that are being used. The disinfecting materials were judged to be too harsh and too much risk for student desks and tables. So we'd be using our traditional, typical custodial supplies to clean student desks and such, where the more high traffic and riskier areas, bathrooms, door handles, common spaces would be fully disinfected. So again, straight from the guidance. There's a whole bunch of concern, and understandably so, about what happens when there's a positive case or there's a close contact or potential exposure, whether students or staff. So extensive protocols are in place for the contact tracing related to what happens with exposure, what happens with positive cases, in which instances do you quarantine, what happens with ill students or staff on the campus. There are going to be isolation rooms where people would wait until they can go home or be picked up, things of that nature. So these provisions are, again, established for us in the public health world and passed on to us. The absolute drive behind them is to deal quickly and effectively when there is potential COVID activity on the campus. You know, we have had all of our classified folks have been working in person since the early days of this. Some of them are choosing to work on a limited basis remotely right now. And our classified folks deserve a special shout out for their frontline service, providing lunches, greeting people in offices, out there working on campuses and such with maintenance and cleaning. They've just been absolutely terrific, great ambassadors for the school district. 60% of our teachers are working in person. We haven't had a case of COVID where the cause was here in our workplace in the entire time that we've had people here. So why is that? I think it's because we have the mitigation factors in place and people are following the rules. It is doable. You know, it really is doable. Next factor, stable grouping of students. There was the term cohorts being used for a long time, and that's actually has a different application under the guidance. So the idea here is to create small, consistent groups of students to the greatest degree possible. In the elementary setting, that's much easier to achieve than in the secondary setting. Secondary setting, kids have 6 different classes or 7 different classes, that number of teachers, a mix of students. So it is more difficult. However, there are mitigation efforts that you can make to reduce the number of students that secondary students would have exposure to. So that's an element of our planning as we go through and refine our schedules. Ventilation is obviously an important issue. So you want to make sure that your filtering of your heating and air conditioning systems are effective. We have a MERV 13 filter standard in the district, which is what is recommended. We purchased air purifiers for every classroom and office space here in the last couple of months. Those have been distributed as well. So we are paying attention to the ventilation elements. Testing has a role in all of the mitigation factors. It's also, again, being all cards on the table. It's a component that concerns me regarding our ability, if it was necessary for us to test all students and all staff on a regular basis. I have lamented to colleagues and board members and families I've talked with, we are not any kind of health service organization. We're a school district. Medical testing has never been a component of my 33 years in public education. I worry about our ability to take on a massive testing program. Is there a role for testing on a surveillance basis, kind of keeping track of things? There is, if carefully designed, and there's absolutely a critical role for testing in cases of possible exposure, positive cases, things of that nature. So we're continuing to talk about the testing at the negotiations table extensively, and I had a meeting earlier this week regarding testing, and again, have one tomorrow. Vaccines are a hot topic, not just here in Dixon Unified, but across the country. We had a meeting, separate meeting yesterday regarding the availability of vaccines for school district employees. There's quite a bit of frustration, I think, in Solano County because we are seeing neighboring counties where educators are also being vaccinated. We do not yet have that opportunity in Solano County. The school districts are partnering to push and emphasize the need for education employees to be able to get vaccinated. It will improve people's level of concern about returning if they're vaccinated, have that opportunity. You know, we have heard again from CDC and others that the vaccines are not required, or that you, let me restate that you can reopen without everyone being vaccinated. It's obviously a preference for folks. And if I had the control over the vaccination process, I would absolutely make it happen, but I've got very little say in it. Planning around how students will enter and exit campuses, a variety of locations on each campus, assigned, designated. We have to teach that to students and families. How we will limit really to extremely high levels, visitors to offices and campuses. I hate to tell parents, there will be no volunteering in your child's classroom under these conditions, just as one example. And then finally on this list, meal distribution. We've got an obligation to feed students, and we want to do that absolutely as safely as possible. And the primary models there are the grab and go type of meals that families have been receiving from us. Some families have been receiving from us through the summer. So I move very quickly, at least for some people, through that list of safety components, and just want to provide some confidence that we are addressing the full range of issues that are out there. So a big topic for people, what kind of timeline are we talking about? I need to stop using the mouse and just use my keyboard. Gosh, it's so sensitive tonight, kind of like me. All right, projected timeline. So we have a 4-week timeline that I'm sharing with you tonight that is how we want to get ourselves reopened. These are projected dates. I will tell you, this is the best case scenario. Is it possible we will meet the best case scenario? Absolutely. Is it guaranteed? No. So when you look at these dates, please take them with the understanding that these are subject to change, not because Dixon Unified hasn't completed its planning or its negotiations or anything else, but because we are not making the sufficient progress with regards to conditions and the virus. Okay, so weeks of February 22nd and March 1. If we have red conditions and remain in the purple tier, because to get out of the purple tier, you have to have red conditions for 2 weeks, projecting that those are those 2 weeks. The week of March 8th is when we would officially enter the red tier. And you have to remain in that red tier for a week before you can talk about reopening. With those 2 weeks of the 22nd through the 1st, those 2 weeks, we would know that we're in that status, and we would be announcing that, publicizing that we are on the path to reopening because of the conditions with regards to the tiers. If we have those 2 weeks in February and March, then the week of March 8th, we could have our staff report in person to prepare for the arrival of students beginning on March 16th. March 16th is a Tuesday. We have a local holiday on Monday. So that is our best case scenario. The last bullet there. This 4-week timeline will be adjusted to later dates dependent on the transition from purple to red. I want to make sure that people really emphasize that. And I know, I try to be very, very clear about this, but this is the best case scenario that we hope will allow us to reopen on March 16th. Okay. What would that phase in return that we've been talking about forever look like? We would accomplish it in 3 weeks. In week 1, we would bring back our preschool program. It's a small program, but a critical one with many students with disabilities needing intensive support. We would bring back our intensive learning centers for all grade levels. So again, this is a specialized program for students with disabilities. We have students all the way from TK up through grade 12 who are in these programs across the district. We would bring back our transitional kindergarten and kindergarten students. We would bring back our 6th graders. We would bring back our 12th graders, and we would bring back Main Prairie and Community Day students. So those students in our alternative education program. In week 2, you can see grades 1, 2, 5, 7, and 9. So you have elementary students, you have middle student, and you have high school students. Just the same way in week 1, we have students at all sites, all structures of the district. And finally, in week 3, you have 3rd, 4th, 8th, 10th, and 11th. Now, anybody could quibble about how we've got these organized and laid out. They do provide us with a balance of younger students and older students coming back at each site. If I'm a parent of a 4th grader, I'd say, please move my kid up. I would tell you the same thing. This allows us to balance out our population of students coming back. It also gets us open at every site in week 1. So if we were to return to the purple tier, we would have the opportunity to stay open. That's one of the provisions in the guidance right now. And many school districts that were able to get open in the fall have remained open throughout this entire time. Instructional schedules. So I mentioned negotiation several times, and I'm going to make a point of emphasis here again. Schedules that I'm going to share here are the district's proposals for the schedules, and they have to be finalized through negotiations. And as such, they are subject to change as a result of this. We're not allowed to negotiate publicly. We are allowed to share what we have proposed as long as it has been passed on to the labor groups. Similarly, they're able to share anything, whether their materials or ours, because we have passed them at the table. So here in our proposals, all of the schedules are hybrid. So that means they include time in person and time working independently. In our schedule proposals, students who want to continue in the full distance learning model, we would have them join their regular classroom through a Zoom or Google Meets, depending on what the teacher is using, right? And then the asynchronous time for all students will be done again via the Zoom or Google Meets, with the exception of Wednesday, which would stay as it currently stands. So again, I want to emphasize these are our proposals, and I think it's safe to say that we have a lot of common thinking in areas with the Teachers Association, and some places where we do not agree at this point in time and have additional discussion to have. So I'm going to stop sharing this document, and I'm going to share the schedule document with you here now, so I can run through our proposals just so you can see what we're looking at here. So going to begin with our small preschool program. And I don't know how many preschool parents we have here, but you can see that in our proposals, students would meet Monday through Thursday, so 4 days a week, for 2 hours and 45 minutes each day. I think the highlight of this schedule for me is the goodbye circle. I'm thinking about instituting that here at the office, just to wrap up each day in a nice way. You know, it might help. So next I want to show the district's proposed transitional kindergarten and kindergarten schedule, right? So in our proposal, we do have students coming to school for in-person instruction 4 days per week. The one day where we wouldn't have that would be Wednesday, just as currently is the status. So 2 hours of instruction for all students in the morning, a period of a half hour for intervention and assessment. So this would be small groups of students who would be kept for additional help, or as the teachers just talked about, conducting assessments, doing that kind of work as well. There's a teacher lunch period, and then the same design in the afternoon, group B in person for 2 hours, and then the small group intervention and assessment program as well. So some factors here related to these. So there is a summary, and much of this, some of this information anyway, is really related to, for the people who would be providing service, our teaching staff. And it includes things such as prep, which is a preparation time that has to be provided for our instructional staff. There is in our proposal, again, 60 minutes of asynchronous Zoom time on Wednesdays. We have to provide our English language development service. We would endeavor to do that in a synchronous model from home before or after school. Again, the prep time is there. Again, our position is that students who remain in distance learning will Zoom into class, and we will not be having students eat lunch on campus. We'll be doing the grab and go model, okay? So the elementary grades 1 through 5 schedule is similar to that TKK schedule in that we would have A and B groups. You have 4 days a week of in-person instruction for each group. The response to intervention, these are support teachers who push into classrooms and ELD. These would be conducted via Zoom. And some of that time, kids would actually be with their device in the classroom with the headphones and microphone on. This would not be done remotely from home, right? We do have to have an hour per day of asynchronous work to meet the 240-minute instructional minute requirement. Students would still receive science. We'd push that in. PE will still be taught. That's outside or physically distanced in the MP room. We would continue in our model to have students from the intensive learning centers who in their IEPs have access to mainstream instruction, general education instruction. We would not be doing regular functions in the library or MPR. There would be space for teachers to work and prep. There would be recess time that really would be teacher driven to ensure that we would have adequate separation between grade levels. You might have one on the grass, one on the play structure, one on the blacktop, things like that. And again, no eating on campus. The John Knight Middle School proposal is all students broken into A's and B's. The A students coming for in-person on Monday and Tuesday, the B students coming on Thursday and Friday. And in order to improve the safety practices and be able to not have students congregate through lunchtime, we actually are proposing a block schedule model that would allow all students be done at 1 o'clock, take their lunch and go. If they're going to eat our food, go home and eat if they're not. So the shift to the block schedule is really driven by the fact that we want to wrap up instruction in time to be able to not hold full-fledged student lunches and go home. Now, you'll see when I move to Dixon High School here that there are a couple days where we have to have a lunch, and I'll speak to why that is. So you can see that these block periods are 1 hour and 20 minutes long. And again, our proposal is, while the A's are on campus Monday and Tuesday, the B's would be Zooming in to class with their classmates and teacher. Dixon High School is a little more complicated because of this animal over here, the 0 period. And that is what drives us having to have a lunch on Tuesdays and Fridays. Because on Tuesdays and Fridays, we have to offer 4 periods of instruction instead of 3. So you have the need to put lunch together here. If we have our numbers hold, that with those who would choose distance as opposed to in-person, it's only students with a 6-period class who would be allowed to stay on campus for lunch. And many of our students don't have a 6-period class. And if all students returned, it would be a maximum of 360 students on campus for lunch on Tuesday, and a different group of 360 students on campus for lunch on Friday. So it's our best effort to maintain cohorts and prevent the widespread lunchtime where it would be harder to maintain distancing and things of that nature. And the last schedule to share with you is a conceptual schedule. So this is not as formally presented. This is for Main Prairie High School, and this would maintain their similar structure to a very large degree. They have been conducting a 6-period day since we began this year, and it would maintain the 40-minute periods that they have. And again, by that schedule, done at 12:55, and we're able to provide students with lunch and be able to go home and not have the mass congregations on the campus. Okay, so I'm going to go back to my other slides and wrap up here in just a couple of slides. Okay, let's go here. All right, logistics and next steps. So a critical step in this process is finalizing the agreements that we have with both of our labor groups. We are aggressively negotiating in time and intensity, and making good progress. And it's really hard unless you're involved in this to really understand what is involved in the process. It is long, it is time consuming. It is much more complicated than it might appear from the outside. What I can assure you about both of our labor groups and the district administration and board is that we're all on the same page of wanting to get our kids back to school. There's no grandstanding, there's no posturing, everything is done in good faith. And so we're grateful for our groups. Absolutely, we have disagreements on issues and have to work through them. But we don't question, I don't believe any of us question anyone else's intent or approach to what we're doing here. So with action tonight, we are going to kick into asking families to make a formal decision if they're going to choose the distance learning model. Why are we doing it that way instead of asking who wants to go in person? Because via our survey of the last couple of weeks, we know that it's a much smaller group of people who might choose to opt in to distance learning. So we're going to try to save ourselves some time and labor by tracking just those folks who want to move, who want to remain into a distance model. So next bullet, we know we've got a whole bunch of communication to do with our families and staff on all the issues about reopening. And you can expect that things would be in written form, that things would be in video, tutorial type of form, that we could have frequently asked questions, that we might hold some town halls for people to be able to ask and have questions answered in live time. So a massive amount of communication we have to do for that, right? And then finally, we know everybody's going to need help with this. All sorts of supports in all kinds of ways for our students, for our families, and our staff. There's nobody who doesn't need help and support going through this. We want everything to be as successful as possible. Obviously, it's going to take a lot of hard work, and it's going to take good attitudes, but we do believe that we can do it. So what am I asking, or what am I recommending to the board tonight? So there's 5 bullets on this page. So the first one is that the board adopts the 4-week reopening timeline that I outlined previously, which is triggered when we have red conditions in the purple tier. How will you know that? Because we meet with Solano County Public Health every Friday. We will know when that time is coming. It could come as soon as next week. That's the best case. And so when that happens, we're able to tell you Solano County is now has the red conditions in the purple tier. Our timeline has kicked in. Once we're officially in the red tier, that's after the 2 weeks, you have to have a week where you stay in red conditions. We would tell you that as it's approaching. And then we would say we're a week out. We'd be letting our staff know it's time to return and prepare. Kids are coming the week after. Again, our target date, which we don't control, is March 16th. The 3-week model of returning grades, as presented earlier, the 3 clusters of the 5 grade levels or programs, is what I'm recommending that the board adopt. Absolutely want to be clear for those who question what's going on with the negotiations, that the board directs myself and my team to complete the agreements with our labor groups. And in there, you will see the final versions of the instructional schedules and the other negotiable parts of the process. And then finally, we would bring our full safety plan for the board's approval at the next board meeting in March. So that is it. I appreciate your tolerance of all that talking that I did. I'm happy to stop for the most part, answer any questions that the board has right out the gate, and then take notes on public comment.
Brian, thank you. And I'm gonna run through a little bit about how we're gonna proceed from here on this item. And so I just want to start by saying that as we continue to plan for the safe reopening of schools, we must rely on the best available scientific evidence at the time of our decision. As a board, we've been transparent about our desire to get students back to in-person learning as soon as is safely possible. While many other school districts, charter schools, and private schools have reopened, we've exercised an abundance of caution and have not yet welcomed students back to our campuses. I want to be clear, however, that Dixon Unified School District staff, our SEIU classified staff, our administrative team, and many teachers have reported to the district offices and to our school sites for in-person work throughout the pandemic. This has given Dixon Unified School District an opportunity to fine-tune our transmission mitigation measures and to work with the county on contact tracing. We've been negotiating with our labor partners, as Brian mentioned, nearly nonstop since the pandemic began, and I want to take a moment to thank everybody who's been a part of those negotiations. The board recognizes your valued service at this time. We know that the CDC, the CDPH, the World Health Organization, the American Association of Pediatricians, and the Journal of American Medicine Association, Governor Newsom, President Biden, and others say that it's now safe to return to in-person learning. We've heard a presentation tonight that the administrative staff of Dixon Unified have a plan for us to safely return students and staff. We surveyed parents, and more than 72% want their students to return to in-person learning. With all that in mind, and remembering that the board, as Brian mentioned, while not directly involved in negotiations, sets policy for the district, let me explain how we're going to proceed on this item this evening. In just a moment, I'm going to make a motion. After that motion, I will ask if there are any board members who want to second my motion. I will then request comments from board members, and then I will request comments from the public. Members of the public, please limit yourself and your comments to 3 minutes and address only the views and opinions and thoughts about the motion that I have made. This isn't the time for commenting on other issues. There are other places in the agenda to do that. Just please address your comments to the motion so that we can really hear and get some input from everybody on what you think about this. I want to give everybody who wants a chance to speak the 3 minutes, so we're going to be really strict about time. As you can probably see, there's almost 300 folks on this call this evening, and so we just want to make sure everybody's got a chance to chat if they want to. And you should be able to see the timer. If not, Brian will alert you when your time is running out. And then when public comment concludes, I'm going to ask one more time if board members have any comments or statements. And at that point in time, I will entertain a vote on my motion if it gets a second. So having said that, I'm going to read my motion twice because it's.
Wait, I have a question on what Brian was presenting. Can I ask those before you make a motion?
Sure, you can't. Why don't we wait? Why don't we wait until they're? I'll make the motion, then let's do all the board member comments and questions at one
Okay.
time. I think that'd be a little more streamlined.
Okay.
Okay. So let me read the motion. I'll read it twice, and then if I'll ask for a second, and then it'll be time for board member comments, questions, that sort of thing. The Dixon Unified School. So this is my motion. The Dixon Unified School District Governing Board will return to in-person board meetings effective March 1. Following that, and provided that Solano County is in the red tier, staff will return to campuses the week of March 8th in preparation for a phased-in student return. The 3-week phased-in student return, as outlined in the administration's proposal, will begin on March 16th. And lastly, administrative staff is directed to finalize details of the return, including instructional schedules, based on this timeline with our labor partners. So I'm going to read that one more time again, because I know there's a lot of information in there. The Dixon Unified School District Governing Board will return to in-person board meetings effective March 1st. Following that, and provided that Solano County is in the red tier, staff will return to campuses the week of March 8th in preparation for a phased-in student return. The 3-week phased-in student return, as outlined in the administration's proposal, will begin March 16th. And lastly, administrative staff is directed to finalize details of the return, including instructional schedules based on this timeline with our labor partners. Is there a second to my motion?
I second.
Great. Thank you, Joel. All right, so now I'm going to open for board member comments. If you're a member of the public who wishes to comment on the motion on the floor, please raise your virtual hand and I will begin to call on you when the board completes their comments. All right, DJ, you go ahead.
All right, my question, I had 3 quick questions. For the preschool schedule that you presented, is there time to sanitize between groups A and B or clean or whatnot, whatever procedure is going to get done there? How will combo classes be treated in the phased-in approach, or how many combo classes are there even in the district? I'm not sure. And my third question is, when you presented the main Prairie schedule, it said DTA on top. And so I'm curious if that was a DTA proposed schedule or that was a management DUSD proposed schedule.
Catlin, you want me to take those?
Why don't you
as
go
they
ahead
come?
and just let's do board comments and stuff first, and then we'll do all the public comment.
Okay, great. So DJ, I'm just gonna not look at my screen, my camera here for a minute while I'm looking at that schedule, make sure I speak appropriately. So yes, the time between the goodbye circle ending in group A at 11:15 and the beginning of afternoon group at 12:30 is adequate. You're just talking about 2 spaces at the most there that are in need of cleaning. So you would be able to clean the preschool setting between A and B. Your next question was about combination classes and the impact of this. So there really would not be any significant difference with combination classes. We don't have many, is the first piece of good news. There is some use at least at one site, and it might be 2 of them. It's been a long time since I thought about this, where there's some regrouping of students to provide more targeted, individualized instruction, so that the 10 fourth graders in a combo class might actually work with the 29 or 30 fourth graders in the other class. So what we'd have to make sure is that we follow the guidance regarding the physical distancing and other protocols. I don't know the specific numbers well enough to speak more than that on it, but it is noted as a planning question that honestly we haven't talked about that one yet. So so good catch. And then the Main Prairie schedule, that was our proposal that went out earlier today. So
Great. Thank you. Other board member comments, questions?
I have a question
Go ahead, Julie.
concerning the elementary school schedule. I noticed that Group A gets a grab and go. Group A gets a grab and go lunch before they leave home. And Group B that comes in the afternoon, do they get a grab and go lunch at 1 o'clock?
so a way to potentially address this, and we're reviewing how to accomplish this at this time, is by doing a weekly box of meals rather than daily distribution. So then your afternoon kids would be able to actually eat at home before coming to campus. So yeah, we really do not want to have lunches happen on campus. The one place where we feel our hands are tied to a large degree is at Dixon High School on that day with the 4 periods.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Any other board member comments?
Yeah, I have one.
Melissa?
So, what did you say?
I thought Melissa was, I'm sorry, I'm only seeing small boxes here, but go ahead, Lucas.
Oh, cool. So, for what you're proposing, that's really dependent on whether or not we get to the red in that time. So, in saying that it doesn't happen in that time, what types of communication with the parents and students will we have? Because I know there have been a lot of rumors about when we're going back, and I want people to actually be hearing the right things, not just rumors.
Yeah, absolutely. So, we do publish an update every Friday, and to what degree that's read out there, I'm not sure. But we are making that effort. And what we would absolutely envision is more frequent communications going home in both languages that are predominant in our community, via the emails, robocalls to alert people it's there, on our website, on Facebook, including more emailing of students. Lucas, it's not something that I've done directly. I know Ms. Marquez emails high school students really frequently, right? You guys get a lot of information via email now. So the tools are there. And what's imperative, it's our complete responsibility to make sure that as we have these moving pieces, that we are, week by week, here's our status, we get more information in the middle of the week, we add to that there. So I'm confident in our ability to get the information out. And frankly, it now becomes higher, it's now higher stakes, right? The board is saying, here's the 4-week schedule we're going to adhere to. So that word gets out, and then I think people start paying closer attention and get hungrier for the details, right? And what we know is that when there's a void of communication or information, people fill it with stuff that's not accurate. So we'll really work to combat that.
Yeah, that was my concern, because I don't want people thinking that we're going to go back at a certain time and we don't. And I just want everybody to be confident that it's the correct truth.
Understood.
Great. Thank you, Lucas. Any other board member comments?
Yeah, I have a question. So, and maybe you talked about this and I just missed it. So when the students are not scheduled to be on campus, are they doing strictly asynchronous work during that time, or are they zoomed in?
Our proposal for all levels is that the students would Zoom in, they would join their teacher and classmates via Zoom. So that's how we create the smaller groupings of students. And remember, if we've got a class of, let's pick a secondary group. And if we have a class of 30, right, and we know that we're going to have roughly 70% of students attend in person, right? So we're down to 21 students, that we should roughly have 10, 11, perhaps 12 students in each of those groups for in-person time. And then the others would be split into the A's and B's as well. So you can have as few as 5, maybe 6 students in that scenario zooming in. So again, this is our proposal. We have to complete the negotiations process, but we feel it is the best way to keep all kids engaged and involved. And if you think back to it, months ago, we had some extensive conversation about when we went to in-person. This was back in the fall. When we went to in-person, if we went with a distance learning model where people didn't participate in the hybrid and they only did distance learning, that we would be reassigning students to new teachers perhaps potentially even combination classes or other outcomes. The reasoning behind our proposal is that every student stays with their current teacher. Every teacher keeps their current students. We're talking about when we get people, everybody back, we've got 55 days of school left is all. And for us, the idea of shuffling the deck of students and teachers at that point in time just feels really disruptive. And I don't want to undersell that there will be challenges for everyone in the dual model of having some students in the room and some students Zooming. There's no doubt that will take some adjustments and some support, but we really do believe that's the best way to provide what our kids need for the rest of the year.
Great, thank you. Any other board member questions or comments?
Can I tap off that? Thank you for clarifying that. That's what I hoped. I've seen it work in action, and it was a pretty impressive thing. And that way our students seem like that they're not going to be missing things, that they can continue on getting as many days of instruction as we can possibly give them. So thank you for that.
You're welcome.
I have one also. So just to clarify, you were talking about the board meeting being in person. Is that going to be dependent on the red tier, or is that set in stone?
We'll go in before the red tier. We're going in effective March 1, period.
Okay, that's good.
We are not limited by the tiers in terms of in-person board meetings as long as we follow safety protocols. And so
Okay.
we'll be doing that. Yeah.
Cool. Thank you.
Mhm. Other board questions?
CDJ.
I have a statement, so kind of like
Do you want to
yours.
do it now or at the end of at the second time? You want to do it now before we start with public comment?
Yeah, in case people want to comment on it, I think that's
Okay,
fine.
go ahead.
I'll just be honest. I wrote this and I tried to just get all my ideas in one place, and it maybe isn't the most eloquent it possibly could have been. I promise sometimes I'm a better writer. Sometimes, it is what it is, but I tried my best. As a board member, when making decisions as large as this one, it is my job to weigh input from the community, specifically parents, employees, staff recommendations, scientific evidence, my personal experiences, and the impact that those decisions have on student learning and emotional well-being. In terms of the parents and the students, the parents and the community, parents have made their viewpoints very clear from a recent survey conducted by DUSD staff over the past week. 2/3 of parents responded to the survey, and over 70% of them would like to return to in-person instruction in the red tier. This means that most parents at least want the option of sending their kid to school. And if parents do not want this choice, then they can remain in distance learning. I propose that we received this data in a closed session before the last meeting, and DUSD staff responded with swift action, and I want to thank them for their efforts. For the employees, in terms of DTA, 80% of staff responded to a survey. Raw data was not available, but staff wanted the opportunity to be vaccinated. Stable cohorts, surveillance testing, and no concurrent teaching with students both live and virtual at the same time, also known as roomies and zoomies. As a teacher, I pretty much understand where all these concerns and interests come from. Surveillance testing is difficult. Superintendent Dolan spoke about it earlier. I've looked at the costs. The costs range from somewhere between $50 to $100 per test, which could mean close to $1 million a month for being open for in-person instruction if you test everyone every week that shows up. Cal OSHA guidelines suggest that staff and students get tested if they show symptoms and quarantine immediately. If the cohorting guidance is followed, then anyone from that cohort could also get tested if there was an infection, and that could in effect work as a version of surveillance testing without an extreme cost to the district. I think the main sticking point could be vaccines. I've been in contact with the county's public health officer, Dr. Matias, weekly, which is a meeting open to all publicly elected Solano County officials. Vaccines for teachers have been mentioned by myself, the head of Solano County Office of Education, or a board member from Vacaville or Fairfield at every single meeting since I've been elected in November. At the most recent meetings, Dr. Matias said that they would be prioritizing vaccines for teachers who are actively teaching in a classroom setting because they are most at risk. It's a little bit of a paradox, but if I actually vote for teachers to not return unless they are vaccinated, I will actually be preventing them from getting vaccinated because they won't be prioritized in the order. Once the board approves a reopening plan and MOU is signed and management submits their safety plan to the county, then teachers will have the chance to get vaccinated. SEIU, the classified staff, has been working on site for most of the entire pandemic, and they should be applauded for doing so. Thank you, SEIU. Their members are interested in mask wearing, sanitization, and social distancing, vaccinations, COVID leave if exposed at work, COVID testing, and better communication from management with regards to a plan. I believe that a lot of the safety measures expressed by these members will be met. Mr. Monticello has outlined some of those in the past, and Superintendent Dolan just did it tonight. COVID leave is available if in the form of workers' compensation if a person is exposed at work, and COVID testing and vaccinations I did previously discuss. Something that probably could be improved is communication of a specific plan for moving forward with SEIU. A lot of the focus has been on, the classroom setting for both me and a lot of the staff, and things change literally daily. Decisions are contingent upon negotiations, different protocol from federal, state, and local authorities, and a changing presidential administration with different priorities. On top of that, there's a governor who's facing a recall election and made a knee-jerk move of removing a stay-at-home order, despite the infection rate not changing. And so it's just been really difficult to communicate something that just changes so often. So I understand why maybe it seems like a plan hasn't been communicated, but I have faith that it will be at the right time and when it's appropriate. In terms of scientific evidence, so I'm on sort of like group number 3. I did parents, staff, scientific evidence. Related to vaccinations, a scientific report and that was released by the Centers for Disease Control last week states that vaccinations are not required, but would help. I claim to be a smart person, but I don't know more than the nation's leading scientists, and I'm going to follow their recommendation. With other mitigation tactics such as plexiglass, mask wearing, hand washing, 6 feet of distancing, and cohorting of students with contact tracing to prevent any serious spread, then I do feel like the CDC recommendations are being met to the fullest extent that is reasonably possible. I've also done research on the filtration for the HVAC systems that's recommended by the CDC, which is a MERV 13 filter, and Dixon USD does have them. And they're going to be installing them and changing them even more frequently than is recommended, as was stated by Mr. Monticello in a previous board meeting. There's also additional air filtration systems being placed in every single room and workspace, in addition to the highest level filter possible. Other nearby districts only have a MERV 11 filter because they have outdated systems, but Dixon is trying their best to keep students and staff safe. Dixon also has plexiglass barriers for every single student desk. Some cynical people may say this is a waste of resources for a virus that is airborne and can just travel around or over a clear barrier, but they were purchased, crafted, and installed as a measure of safety using designated funds. And I think this is something that other nearby districts are not partaking in, but is another measure of safety that is available. Lastly, in this batch of scientific evidence, some people may point to the San Diego County school outbreak as a scientific reason to not open. But if you dig a little deeper, it's actually proof that schools can reopen safely. If you've heard the reports, within a few days of opening, about 100 people had to quarantine. That was from a total of 17 cases, all of which of the people came to the school already infected. 6 of the people were from the same family. And early results show that no one at the school actually got infected. So it was not spread whatsoever at the site. People just entered the school, got tested, and then left and didn't spread it. 10 schools have been opened in this county with similar results. Yes, sometimes someone will come to school infected, and it may cause a quarantine, but it has not resulted in a spread or outbreak on a campus. And as long as people are following the safety protocols that have been put in place. In terms of student learning, I visited classrooms at every single site in the district since I've been elected, and I've seen how plexiglass could impact teaching and learning. Another safety measure that Dixon is guaranteeing is the correct number of feet between desks. Some districts have neglected this notion in order to get as many students in a room as possible, and we are not doing that here. I've spoken with free seating advocating administrators, and they are prepared to welcome the plexiglass in an effort to improve learning because, let's face it, in-person learning is better than virtual learning. It's what teachers were trained to do and what we've been doing for years. We've also spoken to Mr. Giramani about how instructional strategies will have to change. No more roaming the classroom, encouraging small group discussions between peers, at least in the most traditional way, and maybe even not accepting paper copies of assignments, at least in the short term. In terms of the changes to the instructional schedules, I have a meeting with Mr. Giramani. We're going to work out all the details coming up soon. And they're, of course, subject to negotiations. I feel that any hybrid plan has its flaws, but Roomies and Zoomies has a lot of positives, including the ability to flex certain students to stay home if they're feeling sick and not miss out on instruction. You don't have to teach the same material twice to separate groups of students as a teacher, which some districts are doing. You're not creating large asynchronous assignments that are often not completed to take up large parts of the day because you're seeing everybody at the same time. There's not reshuffling of students between teachers, which could cause a delay in learning and potentially more trauma for students if they're switching teachers with only a small amount of left in the year. There's no lag created between a group of students who need to learn procedures for being in person versus those continuing in online mode, which could happen if a group comes in person, they're the only people in person, they have to learn all the procedures, all of a sudden they're going to lag behind in the learning. And this hybrid plan combines some of the tactics teachers already know from their original style of in-person learning with the Google Meet and Zoom interface that they've been using for the last 12 months into one thing where they can do them at the same time. I've also stated in a meeting with Superintendent Dolan that a proper amount of training for teachers will need to take place before they're asked to complete this model of Roomies and Zoomies. Lastly, in the scientific evidence, reports from Harvard University and the American Academy of Pediatrics have both stated that returning to in-person instruction has more benefits in terms of learning and socio-emotional health than continuing to be at home trying to get an education virtually. Again, I trust the scientists and researchers when I am in doubt. When this county enters the red tier, it will mean that 7 people out of every 100,000 will have the virus. And that will have been for 2 weeks. To put in perspective, that means about 30 people in all of Solano County will have COVID-19. So just let that sink in. That's not a lot of people, especially if you spread them out over 4 large cities in the whole county, and the likelihood that an outbreak occur will be pretty slim. In my personal experiences, as a teacher, I have mixed emotions, mixed everything. I see both sides of everything. I think that distance learning can be inefficient, but I do think that returning to in-person instruction is the way to go. Benicia, Vacaville, Travis, and Fairfield have all agreed to go back in the red tier with similar safety precautions, and I think our community can make it work. On a personal note, much like Melissa mentioned in the last board meeting, I have a person who I live with that cannot be infected. I have a pregnant partner at home, and we're expecting a baby boy in June. My partner and myself will be returning to in-person instruction whenever the red tier is met. I'll be putting my faith in the safety measures to the test. by going through them myself. Whenever we make a motion to open schools in Dixon tonight, which has already been made, I would like to also include provisions. Well, actually, both these provisions were already met by when Catlin's motion, so I won't repeat them. But basically, that we're not going to be hypocrites. We are also going to come in person to do board meetings, and that we want the negotiations process to play out as appropriate with all of the labor partners. And so those are all the things of input that I have included in my decision-making process. I want people to know that I have not, just willy-nilly decided to make this vote without thinking long and hard about it. I've weighed a lot of things, and those are the things that are going to go into my decision tonight. Thank you.
Great, thank you, DJ. Any other board member comments? Okay, hearing none. Brian, I wanted to ask you, can you make sure that the presentation from tonight is posted on the website or sent out?
What is that?
Catlin O'Halloran.
Sorry, somebody is.
Yeah, no, that's okay. Yeah. Can you make sure that the presentation from tonight is posted somewhere where folks who weren't able to attend the meeting or who want to review? I just feel like we put out a lot of information and it'd be good to have folks review it. So can you?
It will be translated first thing in the morning. And then it'll go up same time in Spanish and English. It's actually replacing my weekly update tomorrow. I'm going to also email it out as the weekly update in English and Spanish. So
perfect. Great. Thank you so much. Okay.
Will it be in the newspaper?
yeah, the Tribune usually does a good job of taking our stuff and putting it in. They always share it on their Facebook page as well. So yes, it goes everywhere. Yep.
Great. Good. Okay, so we're going to move now to public comment. Looks like we have a little more than 20 folks who want to comment. So a couple of things. First of all, I and a couple other people I think will be taking notes. So if we're not looking directly at the camera, please know that we're trying to take all the notes on your comments. We'll answer all questions at the end, as is our protocol. And if you hear someone ahead of you say something that is exactly what you wanted to say, it would be great if you just said, that's exactly what I wanted to say, rather than use your full 3 minutes. But I will leave that all up to you, and we'll start with Ryan.
Okay, I have several questions. I'm going to start with mine from last week because I don't feel like it was really answered. If it is safe, according to the CDC and Governor Newsom and the pediatric specialists, to reopen without vaccinations, and children are supposedly safer than adults, why do the parents get a choice to send their kids back or not, and the teachers don't without a vaccination? Now, that's my first question. I had a question about the in-person board meetings. Since the public is allowed to those meetings, how are you going to get all of us in there and keep the distance guidelines? Then I have, one second here. Said, because reopening school buildings won't address all mental health issues our students are facing, will the district be hiring more counselors and mental health clinicians during hybrid learning? Does the district have enough substitute teachers for when students and teachers are exposed to COVID during hybrid learning, especially when subs have expressed that they won't return without vaccinations? Who will be liable if a student or a staff member gets sick with COVID? Are the air purifiers in the room HEPA-grade? I'm sorry, that's not mine, excuse me. Will students continue to use their laptops when they're in a hybrid classroom? If we're rooming and Zooming or teaching at the same time that we have students online, how can I teach the students online unless I'm on a computer the whole time? And how is that different from what we're doing now? If safety is driving everything the board is doing in the district, and vaccines are obviously the safest choice, why aren't we waiting to get them? Other districts have made it a priority. They're getting them now. They're not in a teaching position, so I'm sure Solano County eventually is going to get on board. Sacramento County has done it. Yolo County has done it. Okay, and one more. Can you guarantee that my students and my students' families are going to follow the guidelines put out by the CDC when they are home? Because that is not what I see in Dixon. And that's why we want the vaccinations. Hold on, I have one more question, I apologize.
You got about 30
Oh,
seconds.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'll really quickly. Does the board get the option of going on Zoom to their meetings, or is it mandatory that everybody's there in person? That was my last one. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Ryan. Okay, Sabrina Moore.
Hi, I just wanted to, two questions, but first I wanted to clarify the schedule that preschool posted. Thanks, I feel seen. But also, in case my parents are here, we are going to be switching. I just found out yesterday, otherwise you guys would have had the updated schedule. We are going to be switching to the class on Wednesday as well. So the schedule that you guys were showing is just a little off. It said Monday through Thursday. It's going to be Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, like the rest of the district. And my parents will get further confirmation on that later. Just wanted to clarify because it was up there. My two questions were, when CJ asked about the cleaning in between, I know we have a really good amount of time between our morning and afternoon classes to clean. I'm just wondering if there's a plan for the how, or the specifically what will the cleaning entail? And then also, I'm hearing that Montessori might be coming back as well. And since we share a campus as well as bathrooms with them, I'm curious on if there's anything planned for how that's gonna work or happen, or I don't know, safety precaution wise, with their kids sharing it with us and all that. So thank you.
Thanks, Sabrina.
Thank you. Elizabeth Feldman. Elizabeth? Okay, I'm gonna skip to the next public comment. If Elizabeth comes back, we will rotate her back in. Rodriguez.
Hi there. I wrote down a few questions. Bear with me. I'm legally blind, so reading it might take a while. So the first question is, and they're out of order. For middle school, for PE, normally they would change into clothes or meet maybe at the locker rooms. How will that be handled when it's changed to maintain social distancing and precautions? Even if it is being held outside, where will they meet for that, and how will that happen? Prior to school, so on drop off and pickup, where should the students go at the beginning of school? Is their first period class going to be open to minimize contact with other students that aren't in their cohort? And then for pickup, I guess the same thing. The next one, at this moment, I'm planning on, or my student wants to stay at state. I'm sorry, that was distracting. At this moment, I'm planning on keeping my child home. He also agrees with it. But so that the teachers that are having to deal with the in-person as well as the Zooming class students, are there going to be speakers or larger monitor sizes so that they don't miss the interactions that the Zooming students will have? And then at the same point, will the in-person students also have their computers available that they've been issued to also be Zooming while in person? I don't know how that works. So that the Zooming only students will still be able to be a part of the breakout groups like they are now. And then I guess the last question is testing going to be a requirement prior to the first week back? So you test because most of the breakouts are in those first days, but if they're negative tests that are received, that might be a mitigating, it might slow it down at least to have a negative test before they're able to return.
Okay, any other questions?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's it. I'm sorry. I should have told you.
No, that's okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Jeanette Sunstead, you're next.
Hey, good evening. Thank you for your time tonight. Mr. Dolan, I want to recognize all the safety and mitigation measures you and your team have put into place, but I just had a follow-up question. And that question is, what will happen if students or staff do not follow public health precautions during the hybrid model? The big reason I want to ask this, I mean, there's lots of reasons, but Mr. Monticello made a great point last summer during one of these lengthy meetings. And it was something I hadn't thought of before he made it. And that was, the first couple of weeks he said, and I'm just paraphrasing, it's going to be pretty tight. Everyone's going to be so happy to be back. Everyone will be really conscientious about the rules. But his concern was a few weeks in when people are kind of getting tired and starting to slip. And again, I was like, oh yeah, that is a major issue. And if you think back to your days as a high school principal and the dealing with these cell phones, at the start of every school year that everyone's gung ho, we've got our procedures, our policies, we're going to follow through. And within a couple of weeks, it falls apart. And of course, I don't have to mention mask wearing and safety measures during a pandemic is a much more significant issue than cell phones. And this is something we deal with every single year. So I'm just hoping that there's been some direction given to principals and their admin teams to brainstorm as many situations as possible that may occur when students return to campus, and then clear procedures and policies and consequences for how these situations will be handled. And then I really think that this needs to be sent out to parents and students and teachers, and everyone needs to be on board. And it can't lay on any one group to be handling that. And in addition, with the sharing of the models, with the lunchtime at Dixon High School and a potential group of having lunchtime, normal days, normal years, kids are in our teacher rooms at lunch, and that cannot happen. And 360 kids is a lot of kids still to squish into a room, and we have even the multi-purpose, and we still have rainy days ahead of us. So that extra little question I had after seeing that schedule. So thank you again for what you put in place, and just interested to hear this follow-up.
Thank you. And I'm going to go back to Elizabeth Feldman. It looks like you're with us now if you want to make your comments.
Sorry, I had trouble with my tablet figuring out how to unmute myself. I just want to know, what will a high school classroom look like in a hybrid learning? I heard there was mentioned, I heard that the size sounds like it'll be less than 10, and that there's plexiglass. I don't know if like all the students are going to be set up separately, the plexiglass just near the teacher. What's just, if I can know more about what that would look like.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You betcha.
Jill Fry, you're next.
Thank you. I just had a couple of questions and things to think about. If the children are all bringing their Chromebooks in, and I've got some in class and some at home Zooming, in second grade, it will be pretty much Zooming with everyone, which is kind of what I'm doing now. So I'm not sure how that's any different than what I'm doing now. I'm not sure how that would work. And also, when the week that the teachers come back before we do open, we're coming back, I'm assuming, a week ahead to prep our class and get it ready. And if that's the case, are we teaching that week and putting our classrooms together? Or will we be having help putting our classrooms together? Thank you.
Great, thank you. Ms. Lavin?
Hi, okay. So kind of piggyback on what Jill just said, my thing was, can you guys hear me? Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
My thing was, same thing was, who is going to be setting up our classroom? If you're saying we're coming back the week of March 8th, that is actually conference week for us. So are we going to be teaching half at class and then doing conferences the other half? And then who's going to be setting up our room? Because it would have to be set up prior to that, since we're going to be in there doing conferences. My other thing is, I am one of those lucky combo teachers, and I have 9 fourth graders and I have 21 fifth graders. And I know there was mention earlier by DJ about combo. My class couldn't really be split up and sending 4 kids to, my fourth graders to someone else, because the other fourth grade teachers have 30 and 32. So I don't know how I would send them out to a different teacher or no longer have them. They are not even split up where they're in the A and B group. They are separated where I have 3 and then I have 6. So I don't know how that would even work having them. On top of that, I also get support right now on Zoom by Miss Anderson, who helps support my 4th graders in math. So how would that work if I have to teach 4th grade math and 5th grade math together at the same time and then redo it again? Where I'm just asking, yeah, for the combo, if that would, how that would even make sense. And then last thing, kind of piggyback on what Elizabeth said, has anyone even done like a mock setup of what an elementary classroom would look like with the plexiglass and the desks and where they exit and how they get out of their seat if they have to go to the bathroom and how they go wash their hands so that they're not walking within so many distance of each other? And that's all I've got right now. So thank you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Brenda Turgeon.
Hi, thank you. I have a few questions. Some of them might sound similar to some of the other ones that have come up, but they are a bit different. One of them has to do with substitute teachers. Ryan had talked about adequate subs if a teacher were out with COVID. In my experience this year, I've been out 5 different days over the course of the year. I had a sub once. On another time, an RTI teacher was pulled. Another time, the PE teacher was pulled. And on 2 other occasions, the kids were given asynchronous work. So we already don't have enough subs. So what is the plan for making sure that we have adequate coverage once we do go back into the classroom? The next thing has to do with some of the information coming out of the CDC. They are talking about all the new variants that are going around, and there's one variant that is supposed to be dominant in the United States sometime in March. It's supposed to be 50% more contagious, it's supposed to last longer, and it's supposed to be deadlier. They're also predicting another surge worse than the ones we had in December and January in about the next 6 to 10 weeks. So what is the district's plan for that if we're already in person, but we go into purple? How or when will that decision be made that we need to go back into distance learning? This isn't a question more than a comment. We're also going back right before spring break, and I know a lot of families will be traveling. So we've got these variants all over the place, another possible surge, and traveling people who will then come back into our classrooms. The next thing, I am on all kinds of lists to try to get vaccinated, and I have not been able to get vaccinated. I right now am not in a position where I'm going to jeopardize my health or the health of my family because I have high-risk family members. So until I have both doses and I'm covered, I won't be going back to work. So I will be planning to take a leave of absence. So my question for that then is, I don't know how many teachers will not come back for the year, but how will the district recruit, hire, and train someone to take over my class so that they are doing both distance learning and in-person learning? I'm just checking. I'm trying not
15
to.
seconds if you got one more to see there,
Yeah,
Brenda.
thank you. I don't want to be redundant, so I'm just checking. Nope, I'm good. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, Michelle Daggett.
Hi, good evening. First, I want to say thank you to obviously all the teachers that have worked so hard. I think this is week 23. I've been having my daughter take little pictures with signs, and it's hard to believe we've gone this far in this model, but here we are. Specifically, shout out to Miss Platano, Miss Whitty, and Miss Gutierrez at Tremont for engaging my chatty first grader so well during school. Thank you. I feel a huge weight lifted off my shoulders seeing this plan tonight. I've been asking week after week, when are we going to see a model? When are we going to see a schedule? I feel very happy knowing that elementary will get 4 days on campus. That is just a huge sense of relief. I also feel confident that this can work. I think that it's really important in these tough times to find positives, and the models that schools around us are making this work has to be some sort of inspiration to know that it can work. It's not March 13th of last year anymore. I really hope that the idea that schools have worked hard to get safety precautions in place will be an inspiration to us and our teachers and our students and staff that we can do this and we can make it work and we can be back on campus. I know I have a different perspective. My child goes to a childcare center where kids are running rampant and having fun, and on a playground and inside in a classroom without masks, and they're not distancing. And I know I can't jinx anything that doesn't exist, and they've been great and they've been fine and everyone has been wonderful and the kids are so happy. And it's been such a great outlet for my child to get that socialization that she so desperately needed. Just one question to go along with all those thoughts. I do have concerns about the elementary kids continuing to be on a Chromebook while they're physically in class, engaging with students that are in distance learning in their cohort or group. I'm wondering if the students that are Zooming in her group, if it's possible to just have them on a large screen with a speaker so they can be seen and heard instead of the little kids being on a computer. My daughter is very distracted by her device. She's clicking, she's scrolling, and it's very distracting for her. One element of being back in person for me is that she no longer has to be on that computer. So I'm wondering if that's something that they can set up in the classroom for the teacher to engage the Zoom students and not have the young ones still be on Chromebooks. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, and I'm just going to remind everybody, it looks like we had about another 10 folks join raising their hands for public comment. So just want to remind everybody to be as succinct as you can, because we want to hear everybody this evening, and we're looking at another, hour and a half or so of public comment, which is great, but I just want to make sure everybody gets a chance tonight. So Terry Thompson.
Hi. So I have a couple questions. My daughter is a 6th grader, so so most of my questions will be directed mostly towards the John Knight Middle School. On the schedule that was proposed, the classes were together 1 and 2, and then 3 and 4. And the classes together had a shorter time period than what they even have now. So how are they going to get less time being taught than what they're already being taught now, which is less than what they were? So I'm confused by that. And how are we going to split that 1 hour and 20 minutes, I believe it was, from one class to the next, especially if one of them is PE and they supposedly have to change and get back and then go to another class. That seems like the classes are even shorter then. I want my child to be taught. I'm glad that you guys have at least a plan where they'll stay with the same teachers. I don't want my daughter switching teachers and having to start all over in the new year. I am concerned that the teachers though will have to do in person and online. There's already issues online when the kids are sending questions to the teachers in the chat, because there's so much chatter going on that some of the questions or problems that are listed are missed because the teacher's busy looking at the Zoom and doing different things. And if you add them having to teach the kid live there and doing the Zoom, that means there's going to be even more missed. And so I'm concerned at how you're going to deal with that. I'm really more concerned about how, when someone tests positive, what's going to happen and how the whole system is going to have to be shut down or quarantined. And I don't think that it's something we can wait on. I think you need to have a plan A and a plan B that's ready to go. And this is what's exactly going to happen if in those case scenarios. Those teachers are having to risk their lives to come in. And I know people say that's not the case, but it is. they are coming in to teach our kids, and they should be vaccinated if they want to be vaccinated, and they should be able to be safe. No one should have to go into a working environment that they don't feel safe in, that they don't feel comfortable in. It's not fair. And we talk about the mental health of our children. Well, how about the mental health of our teachers too? I want healthy teachers teaching my child. That's it.
Thank you. Kathy, you're next.
Thank you. I have a comment, a clarification, and then 2 questions, please. I just wanted to clarify that Maine Prairie conceptual schedule is from DTA, and it does seem to have a fairly good thing. We also have schedules out that we've given to the district for both the other secondary schools, John Knight and Dixon High, as well as pre-K that Ms. Moore put together. Thank you very much. And the elementary and TK groups. So there are other schedules available to the district that we gave them, and we're hoping that they really take a serious look at them. So that's one thing that we'd like to make sure. The big part, of course, is that we made all of our secondary schedules not blocked. So you wouldn't have the hour and 20 minutes, you would have 40 minutes per class that a parent was just talking about. And then I have 2 questions. One is, there's some concern about internet and whether there will be sufficient internet for the kids zooming in who are trying to get on. There's right now some pilfering that has to go on from John Knight Middle School is on Anderson's site, as is Sylvieville, and so on and so forth. So there's some question about whether we'll have sufficient internet. And the third question that we have is, how will students be able to charge computers if they need to charge computers? Because as responsible as many students are, there's always some student who will come to class whose computer is going to die in the first 5 minutes. So we're just wondering how that will work too. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Ms. Benner?
Hi, my name's Caitlin Benner. I don't know how to change that. So I just have a few questions. I teach at the high school. So what trainings and education has the district provided families on how to properly wear masks? And what will happen when a student repeatedly removes the mask? And what is the procedure for behavior deemed unsafe? So things like gum, spitting, mask wearing, so mask being pulled down, touching classmates. What will the PPE be more than just a mask and gloves? So are teachers or staff going to be given a uniform or a covering of some sort? Is DUSD going to provide rapid testing or any sort of testing for students and staff? And then what is the district's plan to provide staff with vaccine sign up and appointment information? So I too have signed up for multiple websites regarding vaccination and have had to rely on either teachers in our district or teachers in other districts to know what's going on. I know Yolo County and even Sacramento County has had their teachers vaccinated as of today, so it can be done. And then will students and teachers or teachers be screened before school? And if so, what will that look like? And then what will happen? I know that there was some talk of exposure, what would happen, but there wasn't a really detailed lined out situation. So if there's some sort of COVID exposure in a hybrid classroom, what would that look like? And then I have one question about the Dixon High schedule. So I'm wondering who's going to be monitoring the students during that lunch period between, I think it was like lunch and then there was 6 periods. So is that going to be left up to admin or teachers? Because 360 students is a lot to have to monitor. So that's all. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Debbie Thomas?
Hi, thanks for letting me talk tonight. I have a few questions. My first one is dealing with safety. Will students and staff be tested regularly during hybrid learning? I'd like a really clear answer to that. And if so, what is it going to be? Will students and teachers have their temperatures taken on campus every day? This part is now about cleaning. Will students have recess during hybrid learning? I think it was Mr. Dolan say that there'll be a recess, which was kind of surprising to me. But when the kids are out at recess, they're touching all that equipment. So I want to know if there really is a recess, what is going to be cleaned and how is it going to be cleaned so that the kids are safe. My next one, what is the procedure when a student needs to use the bathroom during time in, or excuse me, during passing time, both at the middle school and high school? What would be the procedure when a student needs to use the bathroom during class, both again at the middle school and high school? Are we going to have an adult monitoring the restroom so that, you know, we're not having kids meet up with their friends, which is obviously very common? Another one is, will there be a policy on like backpacks and things like that that are being brought into the classroom? This is more probably for elementary, but it would also work, or it also covers middle and secondary. Are they going to be looking at leaving that stuff outside? That was my question. And then my last one, will students be using pens and pencils in class? And if they are, will this yet again come out of teachers' pockets, the budget for that? Schools have a larger budget for purchasing things, and the teachers have done so much. So I would hope that it would be a requirement that students are to bring their own pens and pencils. And that's it. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Mr. Forrest?
Hey y'all, thank you to the school board, Mr. Dolan, and the community for the time to make public comments and ask questions. We always appreciate that. So first, my focus tonight is on the vaccination of teachers. At the current time, I've received one email 2 weeks ago regarding vaccinations, but have primarily relied upon the hard work and searching that my coworkers and friends have done. Information has been presented tonight, but not all teachers are able to attend board meetings. So I would like to ask for more regular updates and information regarding the district's effort to get teachers vaccinated, as that undoubtedly will increase everyone's confidence in the reopening of schools, and maybe even if it's a specific coronavirus like vaccine kind of email. Second, what types of supports will be available to teachers in order to maintain good mental health? As I know that's going to be a huge concern, and stress, anxiety, what have you, for teachers. Third, are board meetings still going to be held over Zoom when they return in person? As I have appreciated the ability to be at these board meetings while at home, and to be honest, loudly eating food. Can't do that while we are in person. So I would like to advocate for the Zoom option to continue, or other options that allow people to digitally connect to these while they are happening. Fourth, I'd like to thank all my students who have worked so hard to help create a fun classroom culture despite the countless challenges we have this year. Thank you, and I hope you all have a good night.
Great, thank you. Kathleen Burrows, you're next.
Good evening. Tonight is a watershed moment for our school district, because tonight our school district decides the circumstances for reopening school buildings during a once-in-a-lifetime pandemic. Tonight, our school board's decision will impact the health and safety of our students, our teachers, and their respective families. So I'm asking that our school board take the facts, statistics, and questions I'm about to share into careful consideration before they vote. The CDC's website declares that COVID's principal mode of infection is through respiratory droplets. Mr. Dolan, are the air purifiers purchased for classrooms HEPA grade air purifiers? NHK World News has reported that a room with only one door and without windows that open takes approximately 45 minutes to fully ventilate, even when the room is completely empty. Mr. Dolan, how many air changes will take place per hour in our classrooms with our existing HVAC systems? The CDC now urges all Americans to wear 2 masks due to increased detection of COVID variants that are more contagious and deadlier. Mr. Dolan, will students be allowed to take off their masks to drink from water bottles or blow their noses in a hybrid classroom? On February 7th, a Washington Post article reported that the CDC projects that the British COVID variant is projected to be the dominant strain of COVID-19 in the United States by late March. The article goes on to report that the British variant is 35 to 45% more contagious and is potentially 30 to 70% deadlier than the current dominant strain of COVID. Last week, KCRA3 reported that there was a confirmed case of the British COVID variant detected in Yolo County. Mr. Dolan, what is your plan to provide school staff with vaccine appointment information? UC Davis Health estimates that 10% of people who survive COVID-19 go on to suffer long-haul side effects, brain fog, heart arrhythmia, shortness of breath, and those are only a few of the long-term symptoms. School board members, are you aware that Davis Joint Unified School Board voted to reopen its campuses only after all of its teachers and staff had had access to both doses of the COVID vaccine with 2 weeks of vaccine recovery? Tonight, I implore our school board to adopt the same approach as Davis's school board, because an educator's life isn't disposable like a mask is. Thank you for listening to the information I shared tonight, and I look forward to your answers to my questions.
Thank you. Holly Purcell, you're next.
Thank you. I want to first thank everyone for the time dedicated to this reopening plan. No plan is going to be perfect. The world is not perfect right now, but this is definitely a start to getting our kids back to a tiny bit of normalcy that a lot of our students need right now. I want to thank all of our teachers who have worked so hard for the last year. This hasn't been easy for anybody, including students and teachers. It hurts my heart that there's been so much nastiness on both sides against parents and teachers. We can all have different opinions and still be kind to one another. A lot of my questions have already been answered, so I'm not going to re-ask those. I trust that you will answer those at the end of this meeting. However, I do have a couple of additional questions. I'm very involved in PTO, as you know, and I heard there will be no parent volunteers. I want to know, does that mean PTO will be suspended for this time? And if so, normally PTO does help with certain things at the school, so just want to know how that will be handled. Thank you very much.
Thank you. John Geyer, you're next.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. Just as Ms. Purcell just mentioned about volunteers, I heard Mr. Dolan earlier state that no volunteers would be allowed on campus. And I understand, the reasoning for that is obviously to keep our numbers low, just in terms of the number of people on campus. But I was wondering if perhaps, and I'm hearing a lot of talk about what are we going to do about substitute teachers, the mental health of our teachers as well. I completely understand that it's at times the teachers' resilience tanks are probably going to be on empty, or at least incredibly low. So I'm thinking, I wonder if the district, the board could send out another survey to parents and simply ask, are there any parents who would be willing to come onto campus? I can tell you, I think there would probably be a few dozen who would be willing to come onto campus. I recognize we're not substitute teachers, but if perhaps a teacher says, look, I just can't come in today, but I'm willing to do it, remotely from Zoom. Certain parents could be basically on call, could come in. I could do 1 day a week. I could do 7 classes in a day. My wife could do the same. I'm sure there are a number of parents who would be willing to do this just to keep this going through the end of the school year. And the teacher could do it remotely that day, and we could be on campus at least, or in the classroom, just monitoring, making sure distancing is followed, making sure that the kids aren't jumping off the walls or anything, right? So we could just at least be there in the classroom while the kids are still there. And I recognize this raises a bunch of other concerns, but we could all sign legal waivers. We're not employees, we're just volunteers, and we could sign whatever legal waiver would be necessary with respect to COVID. So I think that would be at least one opportunity to to keep this going. So thank you.
Great, thank you. Valerie, you're next.
Hello. Oh, there's that timer again. Okay, so I just want you to know I'm really, is it DJ? Is that right, DJ? Really appreciated your speech and how clearly and concisely you communicated the thought process behind your journey on this subject and issue. So happy with this reopening plan, and what I mean, like Holly said, not everything is nothing's perfect. There's a lot of kinks to work out. The teachers, I can hear that some of them are very upset. I can tell by their voices, and that makes me sad because I really respect and value our teachers in our district. And I just hope that in this process, one day at a time, we will continue to work together and as a community and for our students. have been teaching in person small groups at my school site voluntarily, and I can tell you that it has been absolutely fabulous. And it's very important in this process that teachers are supported by their admin. That is critical. And that teachers are getting what they need to be successful and to feel safe. And I think that's the key. That's one of the keys, is that the admin, which I believe the admin will do that. The admin needs to do that. There's just no gray area. There's no room for messing around. And my daughter needs to be in school. I want her to be in school, and I want her to get out of this house and start interacting. I mean, you should see these kids. I mean, we're all wearing masks. It's a little awkward. And with my hearing, you know, what did you just say? But they're adjusting. And you set your expectations in the classroom, and there's a zero tolerance, and that means absolutely zero tolerance. And I think that that's just really important. So I want to thank you guys so much, and I agree with what Holly said. There's no reason to get rude and awful to each other on Facebook or in any of that. If we disagree, we disagree. Let's be kind, let's be loving, and let's remember that we're all in this together. That's what we say at our school, hashtag we're in this together. So I do have a person that had a question, a friend of mine. If a parent decides they want their kid back in school, what do they need to do? Because it can mess up the safety distancing. That was the question. So thank you so much. I appreciate it. And I thank you guys all for your hard work. And teachers, I just respect you. And I hope that you all find a place of peace where you feel safe and supported. Thank you.
Thank you. Tammy, you're next.
Hi, thank you. So I have a few questions. I have a kid at each one of the levels of school, elementary, junior high, and high school. And I heard Mr. Dolan mention that there will be no eating at school except maybe the high school on those 2 days a week. My kids don't eat breakfast, and it's not a huge deal. I just need to know what I need to do to prepare my kids. If they're not going to get a snack or be allowed to eat at the elementary level, it's until 11:15. And then junior high and high school, he said 1 p.m. or whatever, the high school 1 p.m. If that's the case, if they're not allowed to eat. So that's my question basically, are they going to get a snack at school, or the high school or junior high be allowed to maybe eat in class? I don't know how that would work, considering they're supposed to be wearing masks, or if they're going to get like a recess or something, or how that's going to work. But if they're going to be able to eat at all at school, or like someone else said, drink water, things like that, how does that work? And then he had mentioned that the schools would be doing both in person, or doing it in person, and then they would be on the computer once they got home. Does that mean for the elementary level as well? So our elementary is going to be going to school, my kid's in the A group, so she'd be 8:15 to 11:15, and then is she then supposed to come home and then sign on for the B group and be with her teacher for that point, or is she asynchronous after 11:15? And then I have a question because Mark Monticello had mentioned in another board meeting that the A-B group model for the elementary school, where it would be A in the morning, B in the afternoon, that it wasn't necessarily enough time to clean all the classrooms between the two groups. He had mentioned that it would take 15 minutes to thoroughly clean each class. So how are you going to clean each classroom between those two A and B groups and get all of them cleaned daily? And then another question I have is, who is going to be manning the COVID isolation rooms? And then if, say, a person, say whether the nurse or the COVID room monitor does end up having to quarantine, do you guys have a plan in place for like if this happens, this is our next plan. If this happens, this is the next person that goes through. So like A, B, and C plan, just in case, say all of us nurses end up catching COVID or exposed to COVID, do you have a backup for us? I know the nursing staff is very slim, and as I know it, there are no subs. So do you have substitutes for the nurses or the COVID room monitors? That's my main question, is who is monitoring that COVID room? Do you guys have that plan in place? And I believe that's it.
Great, thank you. Jezebel, you're next.
Okay, sorry, I just have two questions. How is the district going to help those students who are more stressed returning to campus? And my last question is, what is the district's plan for providing students laptops if they are unable to bring them to class? Because I know some students didn't get Chromebooks or using their PC at home. So what are they going to do? That's it. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Jamie, you're next.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for being here. My statement tonight, and then followed by some questions, okay? Statement short, questions a little longer. This is a community problem, first and foremost. I walk my dog twice a day and I run once. Okay, we see it out there. This is a community problem. There's not been nastiness from both sides. Our teachers are badasses and have held it together admirably tonight. Way better than I'm able to right in this moment. That says anything about them. They're great people. Some people can volunteer 7 days a week. Other people cannot volunteer 1 day a week. Teachers do it every day of the week. They're there. They're there for your kids. And ultimately, they want the same thing as the administration, Mr. Dolan, and parents want, to see a safe return for everybody. I prioritize my questions. The first highest priority about the parent survey. How is the district guaranteeing equity with a parent survey? A follow up on the equity question. How is the district going to guarantee mask equity, especially if we require our students to wear 2? Another follow up on the equity. How are we being equitable in the return for students with intellectual and developmental disabilities? I'll take a break just to let you finish your questions. I mean, finish writing them down. Okay, 2, how will you recruit and train substitutes of teachers who don't come back? I've heard that a couple times. I want to second that. 3, concern from Ms. Fry, among others, about the return. I believe she said the hell putting the classrooms together in that 1 week. So I wanted to hear a little bit more about that. And on that March 1st date, also want to echo what Ryan and Mr. Forrest said about returning via Zoom. My concern there is obviously people being cramped in a room. 4 in my priority. We'll skip over that one.
25 seconds, Jamie.
And can you communicate in the future changes from 3 to 5 minutes? Because people prepare for 5 and those last minute changes can be difficult. That's it for tonight. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Jamie. Eleanor, you are next.
Hi, good evening. I want to say thank you for allowing all the public comment. I have some questions. And so number 1 is the CDC and CDPH, California Department of Public Health, recommend a number of student teacher aid ratio in the regular ed classroom. Will the district be following that ratio? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. The second question I have, I wanted to second on Mr. Forrest's comments about will the community members still be able to Zoom? It's a really nice option to be able to eat also, Matt, thank you. But also to be able to be in Zoom. And I think we have a really great participation in our community when we're able to Zoom into the board meetings. So thank you. I'm hoping that will continue. The other question I have is, will students be trained by medical staff to properly wear masks or be trained how to wear the masks? Several of us teachers were in a talk with an epidemiologist, Dr. Eric Feigl Ding, and he stated that children's masks often are prone to leaking. And then, so will there be some sort of education for students to make sure, and families and staff, to make sure that masks are being worn correctly? The third question I have is, how's the district going to protect students and staff from the aerolization of toilet flushing? And this is actually a question I got from Dr. Eric Ding as well. He said toilets are the perfect generators for those aerosol plumes. So because they don't have lids on, how are they going to protect that? And then the last question I had, which is a big concern of mine, will there be a quarantine policy if a student leaves Dixon or Solano County or travels out of the state or country? And how will it be enforced? How will the district educate families and employees on this policy? There's a lot of traveling going on, and how do we protect the people who are at the school sites from those who are traveling and being more exposed to other people and the variants around the world. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Great, thank you. Mrs. Matson.
Hi, my name is Alicia Matson, and I teach at Main Prairie High School. I've had the pleasure of working with many people in Dixon, both in and outside of Dixon Unified School District. Rotary Club members went above and beyond for the students at Main Prairie High last year. These members came to our campuses every Tuesday, Thursday, and many Fridays. Their impact was beyond measure. They coordinated their efforts. And so I'm asking tonight for that same kind of intervention from the community on behalf of not just Main Prairie High students, but all students in our district. I don't have a question tonight. I have a request, and my request is huge. Larger maybe than seems doable, but I have faith. My request is this: help teachers who want to get vaccinated by our March return date. Vaccines are limited. However, over 80% of our teachers in our district surveyed have indicated they want the vaccine before returning to the classroom. Vaccines are very difficult to receive. I've spent many hours on the phone on hold trying to set up an appointment. And I live in Yolo County, and they recently opened their list to educators. And yesterday I was successful in securing an appointment. And I quickly shared this information with a union member who had the ability to disseminate it to school employees who happen to live in Yolo County as well. And unfortunately, each one of them who contacted the community center were denied an appointment. And they were told that they must be teachers in Yolo County. So today I went to receive my vaccine, and I was successful. I showed my Main Prairie High School ID badge as my proof of being an educator. And afterwards, I immediately contacted my union members to confirm that if we live in Yolo County and are teachers, we can get vaccinated through Dignity Health in Woodland. Once again, a number of teachers called Dignity Health and tried to schedule their own appointments. And again, no appointments were granted. One member took the time to speak to a manager at Dignity Health, and the manager cleared up the problem. They said that I received my vaccine in error. So I wasn't going to return to campus in March without a vaccine. My husband and I had many difficult conversations about what that would mean if I couldn't get vaccinated. I know not everyone who gets COVID will die. However, not everyone who gets COVID will live. I don't want my colleagues to continue to spend hours hunting for a vaccine. We all have the same goal of reopening our campuses safely, and vaccines are one of the large tasks to take care of to accomplish that goal by our March open date. I don't mistake my students' silence for resilience. In fact, their silence worries me. Maybe they're okay, but I want to see them. And it's selfish, but I want to know that they're okay every day. Help all of us to see them again. Let us coordinate our efforts around getting every adult in the district who wants to receive one a vaccine. I would no sooner have risked bringing COVID to my classroom than I would have allowed anything lethal to enter my classroom. I saw some really amazing individuals work miracles in my classroom last year.
Alicia, we're over time. Alicia, I just want to be fair to everybody else.
I'm sorry. Thank you. I have faith in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Casey, you're next.
Yeah, hi, thank you. Just one quick question. In terms of students or families who've chosen to have their kids be on campus or to remain distance learning, is there going to be restrictions or guidelines around if they change their mind basically afterwards, they find one or the other is not working or their family situation changes? So just asking that be considered in the process. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Shaquille, you're next.
Hi, good evening, everybody, and thanks for letting me talk tonight. I have 3 questions and then 1 statement. So I'll start with the first one. How soon will the parents be notified should there be a positive test or a breakout in school? I'm more concerned about the timing of the notification and not the identity of the student or the teacher. So the last thing I would want to see is an email or a voicemail that says, something happened a week ago. My second question is, if there is a breakout, what is the class plan or the plan? I haven't seen anything to that effect. What will happen in terms of the class or the school? Third question is, what will be the process for a student who will begin in distance learning and decide to come back to class? And maybe I could go, either way. Didn't see that. And then I'd like to also, as a statement, say I would like the Zoom board meetings to continue. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Mrs. Reed?
Wonder if they'll say they need to.
Hello, like what everybody else has been asking about is what will the elementary classroom look like? Will the teachers be standing behind plexiglass in front of the classroom during the whole teaching time? Will the students be on their laptops all day? And I'm also confused about how the RTI groups will work. As an RTI teacher, will I be zooming in while kids are in the classroom reading out loud while the teacher is in the classroom trying to conduct a lesson? That just would not work. I also want to know how many students are going to be in each of the classrooms in high school, Main Prairie High School, elementary, and John Knight Middle School. What are the protocols for the principals going around into the classrooms? Because principals do like to check in. Also, the desks lift up, and with the plexiglass on top of the desks, the kids are not going to be able to use their desks for storage. So each student is going to need their own little storage boxes. And I think that's it. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Ms. Lavin, did you already speak on this item, or was that another item?
I did, but I was confused. I thought we were only allowed to speak on the 3 points you asked about, like only the schedule part. I thought that was the only thing we could talk about. And I do have 3 more questions.
Okay, you've already had your time, so I'd ask you to put those in writing for us, please.
Okay, so we're allowed, so when we address this, we could address any questions on any of the topic. It didn't have to be just on your 3 schedule things.
I asked people to limit it to the items that I talked about, including coming back to school on the dates that we discussed.
Okay, because I feel like there's
Okay,
questions
thank
on
you.
everything else.
Okay, thanks. Lene, you're next.
Hi, thank you. I just want to thank everyone for tonight and the opportunity to talk. I wanted to agree with the parent from the beginning. I think she was one of the first ones that talked. Her concerns about our students still being on a computer when they're in the classroom setting. I feel like if they're going to just continue to be on a laptop, essentially, you guys are just providing a space and watching them rather than going back to a normal school setting. And then I do want to advocate for the teachers, and if they want to be vaccinated in order to come back to school, how can we go ahead and move forward in getting that opportunity presented for them? I think that the kids need to be back in school, and if that's what it's going to take to make our students feel, our teachers feel comfortable, then as a district, this is something that should be being looked into. But I also just want to state that I think that it should be up to the teacher's discretion. I don't think it should be forced for all the teachers to do. I'd also like to address recess. I don't want to sound like I'm against it. I'm 100% for recess and the kids being able to play together. But if they can go to recess and play tag with their masks or play soccer, then why do we need all of these plexiglass boxes around them in the classroom setting? And I think that was it. I just wanted to say thanks, and I appreciate the information tonight.
Thank you.
Daniel, you're next.
Hi, everyone. My name is Daniel Quinones. I'm at 330 South First Street. I'm your guys' neighbor, one of many. I'm new to these meetings. It's only my second meeting. And I have to say there's definitely a lot of positive I see here. Obviously, people don't agree on everything, but there's a lot of people here that are all motivated to do what's best for these kids. And I think that's awesome. There's a lot of good stuff here. We have parents and students that obviously miss their teachers a lot. you teachers are doing apparently a great job, because if I don't show up for work, I can tell you no one will probably miss me. So clearly the gift of good teachers here, we have a lot of that in Dixon, and you guys are in high demand. So I think that's awesome. It's a testament to you teachers. The good news is it looks like these medical experts are saying going back makes a lot of sense to reopen these schools. I think we have a lot of data from these private schools and public schools in other states that have remained open, and we've seen millions of students and teachers go back, and they've largely done it safely and effectively. So from my view, this is pretty straightforward. This community wants you teachers. You know, these kids, they can't wait to sit in front of you and have that again. So how amazing is that? You know, I think at some point, and I'll make this quick, I think we're all going to be judged on how we responded to this pandemic. You know, our priorities in life aren't what we say they are. The priorities, our real priorities, are what we actually do. Do we talk about how much we love these kids, or do we, you know, do the hard work of giving them the best education we can? Do we actually follow through? So let's not forget, there's a lot of great news here. You know, and I'll say it again, your community wants you, and that's a great thing. So let's do what's right, do what's safe, and open our schools. So thank you, everyone. Have a good night.
Thank you. Maggie, you're next.
Hi, actually, this isn't Maggie. I'm using her iPad. This is Elisa Ramirez, and I'm a childcare provider here in town. I've been providing childcare for over 25 years. I'm commenting on the return that was stated by you, Catlin. I'm 100% for getting kids back into the school as soon as possible. Although I no longer have kids in the district because they're all grown, I feel like it's my duty to stand up for the kids in the community. I have been one of the local providers that has been babysitting your kids, distance learning them, tutoring, and supporting their ever-changing emotional needs through the pandemic. The point of me speaking tonight is to inform you all that in-class teaching can be done safely. I have been doing distance learning for the entirety since the shutdown back in March. This puts myself, my family, and my employees at risk. I'm also the sole caretaker for my sick elderly parents. Am I scared? Yeah, but I'm here for the kids that are all of our future, and they are greatly suffering. I see it daily. I care for and house 14 children per day on computers, and on the other side of the screens, my setup is 4 students per 6-foot table with dividers. It's set up in my garage, and it's pretty packed in here. My learning area has been virtually inspected by the state. I have spent a lot of my own money, you know, making sure my kids and myself and my employees are all safe. I follow state and county recommended guidelines, and I feel like the district can too with the classes. Masks, hand washing, sanitizing. It hasn't been a major issue with the kids. I have told them this is what they have to do. If they want to stay here, they have to follow my guidelines so that we can all stay safe. They get it. COVID hasn't swept through my daycare, even though I've had a couple parents and a couple of the kids that have gotten it not in my daycare. They've gotten it like over the holidays, and then they properly quarantine, but it has not, they haven't brought it to my daycare. So we've all been safe. I understand the concerns of teachers and the parents about reopening. However, what the teachers and others don't see on the other side of the screen is the emotional breakdowns daily, the continuous problems that we have with the internet, the relational change with kids and their parents and with other kids too. These kids are just going through the motions because they're told to do so. And I feel like if they get back into school, it'll give them a little bit of normalcy, that they will willingly be, take their precautions like they're supposed to and listen to their teachers. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Patty, you're next. Patty, we can't hear you if you're speaking. It looks like you're not on mute, but oh, now you're back on mute. Okay. Looks like Patty might be experiencing some technical difficulties, so I'm going to move to Kelly and then I'll try Patty again.
Good evening, Kelly Chavez. I just wanted to speak up really quick and thank Kathleen Burrows and a few others, I didn't catch everybody's name, who have spoken tonight on all staff and receiving a vaccination, as I feel that we all deserve the same considerations around vaccines at this time. If not, I would just like to know who's going to take care of some of these safety concerns. If you know, classified staff get a bad case of COVID. So cleaning school sites, plexiglass making and installations, supervising students, feeding students, providing and exchanging filters in every classroom, paying bills, including paychecks, tutoring students, ordering supplies, managing site offices, taking care of our grounds and serving the community. And the list goes on with classified staff. We deserve the same considerations as teachers at this time. The teachers teach the students and we pick up the rest, right? And we should have the same opportunity. I hope that the board helps us all get to that opportunity prior to returning students to school. But regardless of what decision is made tonight, when the vaccine is available, I would advocate on behalf of all the classified staff to have that option. Thank you.
Thank you. Patty, I'm going to try you one more time. Okay, I'm going to move on to Amy.
Hello, it is Aime Echeverria. And I just want to mirror Kelly's sentiment, right? As an SEIU member who has, like Susie mentioned, have been back working since July. I definitely think it's definitely important, you know, for it to be taken into consideration that all staff needs to be vaccinated before returning, right? Because we are all dealing with students when we're thinking of exactly what Kelly said, who is serving the students, it is food service, who's making the plexiglass, right? It's our maintenance workers, who are the people who would be at the entrances, right? As was talked about, you know, to having those designated entrances, it would be our TPMs who would more than likely, you know, be the ones there. So I do just want to mirror Kelly's sentiment that it is very important that when we're having these discussions of vaccinations, that everyone in the district is taken into consideration, right? Because as I mentioned, as being an SEIU employee that has been there since July, it's important for that. I do also just want to mirror the fact that a lot of our employees, such as myself, right, we have to be at work because we have to pay the bills, right? Because we literally have to do it. You know, I wish that I was in a position where I could stay home or where my partner could stay home or, you know, where we could be able to do that. But that's not the case. We have to be at work. And that is the case for a lot of our members. And we definitely do deserve to be on that list for making sure that we do get vaccinated before having children return. I also just have a quick question as well as to the whole, you know, entrance and or when kids will be entering and leaving, and you know, just making sure it's like who would be enforcing, you know, that the masks are being worn, right? Not just by students, but also by parents who are going to be dropping off their students on campus. Because I know that I have heard from my own members, right, in SCIU, that they have trouble with, you know, parents sometimes being unwilling to wear their mask when they pick up their food for food service, right? And so I just want to make sure that that question gets answered on who exactly is going to be ensuring that continues. Because if there are multiple locations where children are entering and exiting, and if hypothetically speaking, we'd be thinking that it's the principal at a school site, there's only one principal, right, at the elementary schools, and it would not be fair for them to be the ones to have to be trying to go to these different, entry points or exit points, ensuring that everyone is indeed keeping safe. So thank you so much, and I appreciate your time.
Great, thank you. Nicole, you're next.
Thank you for taking public comment. And I'm just going to read through a list of quick questions. I too am wondering, will parents be allowed to change their option between distance and in person, and how often and how that will happen? Will students be transporting their computers back and forth daily? I'm under the impression that they will be, but I'd like to be assured that, and that there will be extra computers on campus for students who forget theirs. Can Brian please clarify what teacher-driven recesses means? Like, will TPMs be supervising students, or will teachers be doing that? I also want to reiterate that I think that it's important that board meetings continue to have a distance option. I think that Brian and the board hopefully see community involvement in board meetings as one of the pluses that has come from this pandemic. Students are used to eating snacks in their 3-hour Zooms with me daily. And so I'm wondering, like, are we actually going to tell them they can't have snack during that 3-hour period? What is the protocol going to be when students say they're not feeling well? I've brought this up in meetings in the past. I mean, it's so common that students get tummy aches and headaches, and they will often, in the past, they would go to the nurse. If they didn't have a fever, they would come back to class. And a fever is not the end all, symptom of COVID. So what will the protocol be when students say they don't feel well? And then I just want to reiterate that I think that we all agree that vaccines are absolutely essential for all staff. So many of us have given up of our lives for 10 years and sheltered in and locked down so that we could stay safe. And it feels like we're just a few weeks away. If we could just get all of the teachers fully vaccinated and staff before reopening, then it feels like you would be honoring and supporting us the best that you could. So thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Jesse, you're next.
Thanks so much, everybody. I just had 2 quick points. It seems kind of silly to me to attach dates onto these reopening steps, only because we really have no control over the tiers. I totally understand March 1 wanting to go back to in-person board meetings. I think that's great, as long as we have the virtual option also. I just seems like it would make more sense to attach the reopening tiers to, like you said, 2 weeks after XYZ, we'll do this, rather than putting dates. It seems like it just leads to disappointment if things get pushed out. And then the next thing that I just wanted to throw out there is that I would really, really recommend that as you go through negotiations, you consider non-room and Zoom options. Managing a classroom is a full-time job for your teachers who are rock stars. You're asking them to take on extra duties, making sure kids, not messing with their masks, making sure that they're not getting too close to each other and touching each other and doing all that. And managing a Zoom is also a full-time task. You have a team even right now managing this Zoom with adults. We're talking about children who are going to be on the Zoom. It's a lot of work, and our teachers are rock stars, but they are not superhuman. And ultimately, if we're talking about an increase in the quality of education that our children are receiving, I don't think room and Zoom is the way to go. I just think that teachers should be able to focus on the one thing that you want them to do, whether it's in person, whether it's Zooming, whatever option you guys decide. But I think it's asking too much to have them do both. I have one teacher friend that's doing it right now. She hates it. I don't know one single teacher who wants that option. They want to be able to give their students their full attention. And with the room and Zoom, they can't give their full attention to either group. It's just not going to result in the best education for our kids. That's all I got.
Thank you.
Kristen, you're next.
Hi, actually, this is not Kristen. She logged in with my computer and then logged me in under her. This is actually Mrs. Gomez, Rosalinda Gomez. And I'm actually going to be asking a question on behalf of Ms. Laban. She wants to know what will the district deal with? How will the district deal with mental health of students students once they are back in the on campus, because reopening the school buildings won't address all the mental health issues that our students are facing. And will the district be hiring more counselors or mental health clinicians? And the other question is, how will students with extra services, ELD, special ed, receive their services? Thank you.
Great, thank you. Galindo's iPhone, you're next.
Hi, this is Julie Galindo, and I just really wanted to piggyback what some of our classified staff had said about all employees getting the vaccination. You know, I'm a paraeducator at John Knight Middle School, and if we do go back to in-person learning, then I have direct contact with students that I support in these classes. And right now I'm in 6 Zooms every day. So that means 6 different teachers every day that I see. And it's important that as paraeducators, and I mean, all staff, but that we're vaccinated and we have the option to be vaccinated before we step on campus. So we're healthy as well and we feel safe. If we get sick as paraeducators, who's gonna be our subs? Because right now there's a shortage for teacher subs. I've seen it. My kids are in Zoom classes and they have had, unfortunately, days where there was no sub and there's async work, and that's not a proper education either. And if some teachers aren't going to come back, which unfortunately one of my son's teachers may not, and she's an excellent educator, and it would, I know, really make him upset if he had no teacher that was coming back to, and there were just subs thrown in for the rest of his school year because she couldn't get a vaccination. It is essential that all employees have the choice to be vaccinated before we step foot back on campus. And I think it's really important, and that that's heard tonight, that we do want to come back. We do want to see the students. I want my kids back on campus, but if a vaccination isn't set up properly and we don't have the proper information, how is that keeping the teachers healthy as well and their mental health as well? And that's just what I wanted to say and piggyback on what a few other classified staff had said tonight. And I hope you take that into consideration when you make your decision tonight. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And Patty's iPhone, we're going to try one more time.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yep, we can hear you now. Great, thank you.
Oh, I can do it. I'm a custodian. I'm not tech savvy, okay? This is the first time doing this, by the way. So I would like to thank you for listening to what I have to say. I just want to echo on some of the things that have been said, but on a custodian level, I wanted to know if it was like a CDC guidelines on how to go about cleaning these classrooms, and who, if anything, if we get COVID, who will be our subs? We don't necessarily have any. That's my one concern. And this is just on a personal note. I do have to take care of a elderly lady. I do in-home care. I'm just kind of concerned about my schedule when I have to come in. You know, there's just a lot of things that I'm thinking about that I'm not sure what the answer is going to be. I know everyone's uncertain right now because of this pandemic. It's you know, really hard to deal with all these things, and with questions being thrown at you, I'm sure you will have a lot of, you know, headaches. So basically, you know, just questions of returning, and if we are going to have a Zoom meeting for custodial. And I want to thank all the custodial staff for all their hard work, not only cleaning classrooms, but also doing grounds and anything else that we were asked to do. I want to really give a applaud to all the custodial staff. And that's about all I have to say. Thank you again for listening.
Thanks, Patty.
Great, thanks, Patty. I'm glad you're able to get in there.
Thank you. I'm proud of myself.
Yes, excellent. Okay, is there any other public comment this evening? All right, seeing none, I'm going to, okay.
There's one came
more,
just came
yep.
up here.
Lori?
Catlin.
Yeah, I see that. Lori?
I'm Lori Morales. I'm the resource teacher at Gretchen Higgins Elementary. My PARs and I currently work with 13 of the teachers on campus. I would like to know how the RSP services will work, since we work with so many teachers and such a large group of kids. So if I could get that answered sometime tonight.
Okay, great. And Pinky, you're next.
Hey guys, so I am just curious about how you guys are going to do the checks. Sorry, I just lowered my hand and somebody raised it again. For temperature checks and stuff, because I know at my school, it's super diligent about checking temperatures. We have to read a checklist every time we come on campus. And I know that's not being done now. And a lot of teachers are on campus. And how are you going to inform people of COVID cases and how quickly that's going to be done? I know that was a question that somebody else said. Don't get me wrong, I want my kids back at school. I think they really need to be back at school, but I do want to make sure that there are certain safety protocols in place, because I don't feel like there are currently. There are some basic protocols in place, but not some of the things that were said that were going to be done before, as far as I know. So thank you.
Great, thank you.
And I'm glad I don't have to make a crisis decision. I'm glad I don't have your job.
Okay, any other public comment this evening? All right, seeing none.
Catlin, I'm gonna actually, if I can jump in and make a suggestion, if we could have a 3-minute break for board members to get up out of their chairs before we begin the question answering. I could use that 3 minutes myself.
Sure.
We've been at it since 5 o'clock, and we don't have the luxury, although I lost my connection and I bounced around there a little bit frantically. Just if we could have that moment for ourselves.
Absolutely. Let's get 3 minutes. We'll come back at 9:06.
Thank you.
I have about 4 pages.
Yeah, I do. I do as well. I did have a little period where I lost connection, so I'll need to rely on you there, Catlin,
Okay.
to help fill those in. I did note who was speaking when that happened, and I assume I've missed about 3 people. If I can suggest, Catlin, maybe I do vaccines came up over and over and over again. So maybe if I address that one here on the front end, global, it's a real key issue, obviously. And as I'm doing that, if you think there's any others that one fell swoop makes sense rather than go through, so if you don't mind doing, thinking about that a little bit, it might expedite things for us a little bit. So, all right. I'll tell you that the vaccination situation is really frustrating for us. And if we were to have control over it, I'd feel a whole lot better about what the outlook is. First thing I will say is this, that in all of the meetings, conversations, discussions that I have been part of with public health folks, Solano County, all the other school districts, et cetera, the operating presumption is all employees are treated equally in terms of vaccination. There is no differentiation between a classified employee or a certificate employee, administrator, you name it. Everyone in Solano County will be treated clustered in the same group, okay? So as a group of superintendents, we're very frustrated right now because we see neighboring counties already offering vaccines to educators. And we do not have any immediate timeline in front of us right now, other than County Health has indicated that they will begin offering vaccines to the school employees in the schools, whether private, charter, the limited district. I don't think it probably doesn't even apply in Solano County, but schools are already operating. So this really does not cover public school districts to any degree. And the differentiation within a district, if there are small cohorts of special education teachers, as the best example, providing services to small groups of students, it's unlikely that they would get to do it until the whole district was made available. The planning is underway for mass vaccination clinics for employees of school districts in the county. Those dates are not set. They are not set in large part because the supply issues are so significant and supply remains very, very unpredictable. We have expressed, myself as the superintendent of this school district and the superintendents in the county collectively have expressed the urgency around being able to vaccinate our employees. Public health knows it. Public health is, I think, undergoing a shift right now a little bit in terms of rethinking the order of people to get vaccinated and accelerating access for people working in education. That's a good thing. We just don't know when they will be able to offer to us. When it ultimately comes, public health will communicate with SCO. Here are the available clinics. They will set up the appointment system. We will be provided those links. We would provide those to our employees. And then you're still in the boat of having to get your appointment scheduled. Okay, so the process is being developed. It's not ours to develop. We will participate with every, we had there was a wonderful clinic yesterday held at Dixon High School, and we just hosted it. We didn't arrange any of it. And thank you to Bob Bogelski and Mark Monticello for taking the lead on that. I went and checked in. It was terrific, really efficient. It's going to take similar work. There are between 10 and 12,000 individuals employed in school districts and schools in Solano County. It's a lot of people. So our optimism about being able to have everybody who wants a vaccine vaccinated here in the next month, 6 weeks, 8 weeks is not particularly high. You know, it's not particularly high, and I'd be irresponsible to say otherwise. I would say we would all prefer for the vaccines to be administered before we returned. But we also know that with proper mitigation, the risk can be reduced, and we've seen people in a variety of settings, not just schools, be able to control exposure and limit cases by following all the protocols that are in place. So the call for vaccines is heard. We agree. It's for all of our employees, and we're doing everything we can working with the people who actually make the vaccinations happen to get it scheduled and available as soon as possible. Okay.
Great. And I know that was a really important one, and I'm glad we covered that right in the beginning. I have a list of a couple other ones I think we can cover to sort of knock out a few questions, but we're going to try to also be really succinct on this because I want people on this call to be able to hear their questions answered. So if we can just try to minimize
accept the encouragement. Yes.
Yes. So the next one I had that seemed to be a really big one was Chromebooks in classes. So do they have them? Do they bring them? Do they plug them in? What if they forget them? Just sort of a general Chromebooks in classes.
Sure. Chromebooks in classroom. Yes. We're a one-to-one school district from whenever we got everybody a device forevermore. So the expectation will be that kids have their Chromebooks with them every day. Exactly how they will be used in each classroom is going to vary based on grade level, based on lesson design, based on preference of teacher, et cetera. Obviously, if you're, some kids are Zooming in and others are in person, there will be dynamics around what exactly you're doing on the device. And you know, the intent is to maximize interactions to the degree possible. Teachers do have projectors or monitors in their classrooms to be able to put the Zoom class up there. We have second monitors available for distribution that will help with this. It's a matter of, we have a surplus of machines that have been swapped out for newer machines that will be excellent substitutes for the day. We have chargers for those as well, and power strips as well. So the logistics around Chromebooks, we feel is manageable.
Great. And I was just going to say too, I know there were a couple on that same thing. There were a couple of questions about, would kids be in classrooms on their Chromebooks, learning from their Chromebooks rather than learning from their in-person teacher? And in the scenario that I saw when I went to a class that was doing this, actually several classes that were doing that, that wasn't the case. I'm sure there could be reasons for doing that, but the kids were working on, you know, on things in front of them, and then the Zoomies were on a screen, as you mentioned. So
yeah,
so that was sort of my thought on how that would be
okay.
likely handled. Question about setting up classrooms. Will there be time to set up classrooms?
So I think the first, and Mark can correct me if I'm wrong on this, that tables, desks, and chairs, that kind of thing, we will be setting out in the gosh, tongue-tied, the layouts that promote the safe practices, right? So that that work of setting up the classroom will be done by us. You'll have desks labeled A or B or 1 or 2, whatever it may be, to indicate if you have 2 desks together, each with a plexiglass, desk 1 is going to be used in the AM, desk 2 would be used in the PM, right? And so that whole process of establishing classroom layout will not be in the realm of teachers. That will be us doing that. I also, at the start, there was some conversation around things will be different and as we return in this model. So one of the differences, there really has to be much less material out and exposed, hanging on walls, on countertops, those types of things. As one of the mitigation efforts, you want to minimize what's in the classroom. So the traditional setup and decorating of rooms that happens across so many rooms in the district would be minimized by a bunch this year. We have proposed in our MOU.
Am I the only one that can't hear him? I can't hear anything he's saying.
We can hear you, but
Sarah, we can hear you, yeah.
yes. We have proposed 8 hours of compensation at our non-instructional rate for staff to have some additional time that they are paid to help. We know people spend extra time. Mark, did I miss anything on classroom setups?
No, you were good. Student desks will be taken care of by us. It's our expectation to meet with teachers to figure out where they are going to be teaching from and what the plexiglass for them will look like during that week when they come back.
Thank you.
Okay.
Another large number of questions related to the board option for Zoom and would we continue to have Zoom meetings? And I think, all of that is going to be worked out. We love the extra participation. That's great. As someone pointed out, that's one of the benefits of doing it this way. But I think we as a board have decided that we absolutely trust in the district's protocols and we'll be using the mitigation measures just like the legislature and others do. And so it is our wish to come back in person. We think that is a more effective meeting. Some of you talked about being able to eat from home and do those sorts of things, which is really nice. There's people who have kids at home and dogs at home and husbands at home and those sorts of things, which are less conducive to a board meeting. And so I think in order to create that focus, we're gonna go ahead and go back in person, and we'll work out some details and let folks know about that as we move forward. The other question I saw a bunch of things around were testing. So temperature testing, testing for COVID testing. You addressed a little bit of that in your original presentation, but maybe you can touch on that.
Yes. So it's pretty much become a common practice that it's a self-screening process prior to going to school each day. That applies to both students and staff. So there's a screening questionnaire that most of us have had some experience answering those questions, whether we've gone to the eye doctor or the dentist or seen our physician or flown or any of the other kinds of things. So it is individual responsibility, family responsibility to look at those questions and to make an assessment for temperature. I don't know of any schools that are in full session that are actively conducting all of those steps. And I'm sure there are some, I'm just not aware of any in our area. The temperature screening is also, according to Dr. Matias, Solano County Public Health, it's not worth the time to do it, if I can state it perhaps overly simply, that it is not a way to catch people who are ill with COVID. So that pre-screening would happen at home. We would not be engaging in us at the gate with a clipboard asking people those questions. We would not get school started in that model. Testing, the broader area of testing is one that we are discussing at the negotiations table. There are two types of testing. There is surveillance testing and response testing. Surveillance testing is the widespread testing of a group on some scheduled basis, looking for the presence of cases. The response testing is when somebody has been exposed, had the close contact, there's a positive in their classroom or in their cluster, office space, whatever it may be. So the response testing is a really high obligation for us to meet. We have a variety of options there. Valencia is one that is state sponsored, where you collect the specimen and send it off. There are others as well. The issue of surveillance testing for all students and staff is one that I have pretty strong feelings about. What they amount to is Dixon Unified School District is not a public health agency. We are not a healthcare entity, and our ability to implement a full-scale surveillance testing program for up to 3,200 people, we don't have that capacity. And I don't know many districts that do. In particular, we're a small place and we just don't have that many people working for us. So we're exploring right now surveillance testing for staff as a priority, the response testing for students and staff as a priority, and really are continuing to talk with public health. It's one of my questions for public health tomorrow for an update on recommendations for surveillance testing.
Great. And then following up on that, the notifications of for parents, if there might be an outbreak, the specific questions seem to be around timeline. Will we do that quickly?
Right. So in the most recent California Department of Public Health document, which is this one, and I think I attached this, maybe it was the CDC stuff. It all boils together. Just to reassure people, pages 31 through 36 in this document, what to do if there is a confirmed or suspected case of COVID-19 in a school. There are guidance documents, pages from California Department of Public Health of what we do in those situations. This is not Dixon Unified figures out its own little plan of when you have a positive case in a classroom. Guidance, required guidance must be followed here, okay? The notification practices are, some of them are also called for in here. The obvious desire would be always to communicate as soon as is practically possible. Can I guarantee that's within 12 working hours or 24 hours? I can't sitting here right now, quite honestly. I think it would be irresponsible for me to commit to some timeline when there's so many factors that could either allow you to accelerate it or would require more time. The assurance would be as soon as is practically possible, notifications would go out.
Great. And eating at school, that appeared to be one that was brought up by some teachers and some parents. Will there be eating at school? Will there not be eating at school? Yeah, so, and we have some more conversation to have around this topic. Here's what I foresee. Is that the idea of students having a snack and eating in their classroom really has to be off the table. The idea of a group of students being out in the field, having their recess time or the equivalent of spread out, taking their mask off while they have their goldfish is not a risky behavior as I described it. Kids get hungry. You know, we have a lot of kids, even if we're providing meals, a lot of kids come to school hungry. You know, the opportunity for them to have a snack, many of those are provided by teachers in the elementary setting as kids get hungry in the day. It's a real issue. So sitting at a table, sitting at a desk in a classroom really is not very likely.
despite the fact that you're going to have plexiglass, taking opportunities to step outside and spread kids out and have a snack is a much more practical option.
Great. And there were several questions on what will happen if students and staff don't follow guidelines, protocol, don't wear their masks, that sort of thing. So there were, I think, 3 or 4 questions on that.
Sure. Thank you. The issue of people following the rules in school, whether staff members or students, is as old as schools themselves, obviously, right? And the stakes with COVID are much higher than, I think Jeanette made the reference to cell phones. We could throw in dress codes. We could throw in public displays of affection, you name it, all the greatest hits of school discipline issues that nobody wants to have to talk about. What you would see would be the typical progressive nature, whether you're talking about working with an employee or a student, of first, well, it begins by teaching the expectation, right? Everybody is taught, here's the rules, here's why, we got to do it this way. And then you start at the lowest level, as always should be the case. And that may be a teacher contact, that may be if an administrator sees the student out, that administrator contact, and then working your way progressively up. If we're in a situation where we cannot compel, coerce, encourage, love them to wearing their mask, whatever it may be, we'll reach a point of informing families that the student needs to go into the distance learning model. So that's the end stop. And there's all the various interventions and communications from the first incident to that moment. That is not a 0 to 60 situation, right? But some students could lose their opportunity to participate in person if they cannot wear the mask. What happens with staff? It's a progressive discipline process that's outlined in the collective bargaining agreements. It's the typical way that staff would be disciplined.
Great. Okay. And then questions, and this I'm gonna lump this all together about substitutes. Substitutes
Yep.
for teachers, for nurses, for janitors were the specifics that I heard.
Yeah, and it goes into paraprofessionals as well, and what if we're short office staff? This is a huge and critical issue, and all the questions about it are absolutely on target. And we have, like everybody that I've talked to, my colleagues, we're all having issues with being able to provide, get and provide substitutes. One factor that could benefit us in this effort is that people who are paid as substitutes are eligible for the vaccines as school district employees. So you could have your pool expanded by the availability and taking of the vaccine by substitutes, whether certificated or classified. I would be irresponsible to say, hey, we can guarantee we will have a substitute for every classroom, for every position in the classified ranks, every day, for every minute of every day. I can't do that during a regular school year, right? I mean, you know, that's an age-old problem that we struggle with. However, I think it is a more critical issue now, given the complications of distance learning, given the complications of how life will look different in person. So what we can assure is that recruitment and training efforts around substitutes is intensifying already, that it will be expanded. We are likely to see more overtime offered to classified employees than we've offered ever, as a way to fill some of the holes, right? So you can't do that for a paraprofessional necessarily, but you could do that for a custodian. as the kind of example of a way to work around things. So someone may work 8 hours, 12 hours in a day instead of 8. But we understand how critical this issue is and have worked on it consistently throughout the year, but we remain with gaps. We're not alone in that. We're determined to maximize our pool to the greatest degree, but inevitably we'll still have challenges.
Great. And what about mental health issues, mental health resources for students, mental health resources for staff?
Yes, Adrian Lauder sent me a text with a little bit of information. So we have been able to expand our services through our partnerships with outside agencies. We have benefited from these organizations for a number of years here as we have placed such a high emphasis on mental health services. Our next meeting, Adrian's bringing a contract for, it's called Care Solace. It is kind of a way that coordination happens for students, families, and staff around mental health and addiction services. So they work with all insurance companies. So they're not providing direct services, they're helping coordinate and point families, staff members, students to the services that might be available to them. In addition to that, like I say, we are able to bring in some additional support services from our partners out there, A Better Way and some of the others. I want to make this is complementary to our frontline staff working with kids. Their presence, and we heard this a little bit from our kindergarten teachers earlier, the presence of our staff, that is teaching, lunch ladies, yard duties, front office staff, nurses, everybody who is directly in front of kids. The greatest asset in recovering from this experience for our students it's going to be the people who already work here and who interact with our kids on a daily basis. That's the greatest asset that we have in terms of responding to our students' needs on the social emotional level. Being with these adults who care about them and love them and are in service of them is going to be the most powerful thing that happens. And absolutely, there'll be kids who need more, and there'll be kids who need more, and there'll be kids who need more on that. Similarly, we have our concerns for our staff members as well. We have been able, through Adrian's organization, to offer some wellness classes, some wellness training out there for our employees. I think that's been more available for our classified staff than certificated at this point in time. We're going to need to be continuing those efforts and expanding them as well. We have an employee assistance program that's provided through North Bay Schools Insurance, where at any time an employee can call and access 3 appointments with a mental health professional. We communicate that every time we hear about somebody who is struggling. People who know me know I'm a huge advocate for mental health services, and that relates to some of my own health. And I'm really proud of what Dixon has done over the years in this area. And I'm more confident that we can provide services right now to our students than our staff. So that'll be a focal point of our planning here coming up, is to make sure we're taking care of our staff, all staff, as they transition back in.
Great. And then special ed services, paras coming in, how will that work? How will special ed students be getting their services? And we had a couple of questions around those push-in.
Sure. So this is a topic of conversation still at the negotiations table, and it's really rooted first off in what the instructional schedules will look like in their final forms. And the most important fact to establish here is there's two of them. One, we have a legal mandate to provide our students with disabilities with the services that are specified in their individual educational plan, their IEP. that when you're out of compliance with that, you're at the risk of really complicated issues and additional costs. So there's that. We were required to comply with IEPs because the law mandates us to do so. More significantly, in my mind, we have to take care of our students who are having these significant issues in learning or growth or development in other ways. So the concern obviously is about exposure for individuals who are in more than one location during the school day, that they may have to push into multiple classrooms, that they may have to push into other settings, non-classroom settings, including PE, things outside. There will be a significant amount, and Kim Parrott can jump in and tell me if I'm off base on this. We'll continue to deliver a significant amount of services through Zoom. Speech, correct, again, Kim, tell me if I'm talking out of turn. Speech, as an example, is a service area where a lot of it will continue in the online model. And there's other things as well. Largely still dependent on what the instructional model looks like. It's a topic that we've had significant conversation with DTA about, less so with SEIU, because our SEIU conversations really are tied to what does the instructional model look like significantly, right? So what is of paramount importance with the special ed program? Compliance with the law, providing services to our students, and safe practices. We're going to find the way to best put those together.
Great. Okay, I think those were all of our big areas, and maybe we can just go through some of the more general areas.
Certainly.
So I, on the top of my list here, sort of going in order, the question about, which I thought we answered last time, but why would parents get a choice about sending their kids back to school?
So I'm going to answer this way, and some people might take offense to it, and no offense is intended. But I believe as employees, we have a different status than our students or families do. And what we did as employees is we signed on to work here under the terms and conditions that govern us of board policy and contracts and everything else. And we have pledged to complete our duties as assigned. And so there's a different kind of obligation that I believe we have that differs from what our students and families have. They have their own obligations, some of which align with ours and some of which are different. I mean, no disrespect by this, but we are different than our kids and families. And I think that difference is what pushes us, requires us to come and provide the services for which we are hired. I say that placing the greatest value on those services, on us and on those services. So I'm not sure, I was absent for the last meeting with a family emergency. I'm not sure how it was answered then, and if my answer aligns, if it pushes it a little further, but it's what we're supposed to do as employees of the school district.
Great, thank you. And COVID liability, do we have I think the question was around, is there a plan for what happens if we're liable for COVID exposure on campus?
So we are part of the North Bay Schools Insurance Authority. That's a joint powers authority with a bunch of school districts in the region pooled together for insurance purposes. They are our workers' compensation support providers. So that would be the mechanism for all liability issues.
Okay, and then cleaning in between, and this also, Patty sort of followed up on this at the end, but cleaning in the time to clean, and do we have enough time to clean, and do we have a plan for that to clean these classrooms?
Thank you. So, the cleaning standard, I think I mentioned this earlier, the cleaning standards changed here recently from disinfecting every space regularly to cleaning spaces and then disinfecting others. So the student desk is the best example. The student desk is now cleaned with our standard custodial supplies. We've already created in our existing MOU with SEIU flexibility for certain job classes to do that light custodial cleaning when the need arises. So that's part of our discussion with SEIU, is around maintaining that flexibility. We have TPMs, traffic playground monitors, at the elementary sites and at CA Jacobs, who we are foreseeing having to expand their hours really to probably full time. Some of them right now only work 2 hours a day. Those folks would help not only with campus supervision, but food service workers potentially who, since we won't be serving meals in the traditional manner, who may have hours available in their workday to go through and do that quick spray and wipe down of a student's desk, while then the custodians can take care of that kind of task as time allows. But also they're going to be the people who actually disinfect bathrooms, who disinfect some of the larger common spaces. The idea that, as we talked about earlier, there's 2 desks together. One desk is used in the morning, the other desk is used in the afternoon. Also alleviates the need to clean every desk between AM, PM, right? Students have assigned seats. And so you spread out the cleaning by not using every desk every period, as an example. So yes, we have been planning aggressively on the cleaning component, and we'll use additional staff as needed.
Great. And there was a question about the safety for programs that are on the Sylviaville campus. Dixon Montessori is there. There's other programs there.
Yeah.
Is there coordination around the safety for those differing programs? And
I had a nice text from my friend and colleague, Ben Ernest, who's the executive director at Dixon Montessori. I don't know if he's still in the meeting or if he wisely went to bed. And he said, we'll coordinate on that. Hadn't thought about that. So he reached out, and I appreciate that. We will tie those pieces together.
great. And then pick up and drop off. There are actually a couple questions about this. Pick up and drop off. Are principals doing it? Are staff doing it? Where do students go? That whole beginning, end of the day. Do they go to classrooms?
Yep, Mark has already been at the sites and worked with principals on the kind of paths of travel, access into the site. And what we foresee is assigning specific access points by grade level for the grades at the site. And that might be a little bit different at the high school and middle school level, but certainly in the elementary level, we would take that approach. So when I talked earlier about the massive communication effort that we have to engage in, this exit, entrance, drop-off, pickup is a key part of this in terms of working with families. Students also as well, but especially when we think about that elementary setting, there's a whole bunch of adults who come with the children in the morning to drop them off to school. This is going to be really different than what everyone is used to, and letting go of your child's hand at the gate instead of outside the classroom door is going to be a significant transition. So maps, written directions, videos, we will take every avenue possible to provide people with the instructions, and then we will really have an all hands on deck approach. We have specific job classes in SEIU that have supervision responsibilities. As I said, we're pursuing flexibility, continued flexibility with them about having assistance in this area. We're talking about expanding hours for some of the classified employees responsible for supervision on campus. And there's language in our contract with the teachers union that already provides for supervision duties on a campus as long as they are equitably distributed. So we have a proposal from DTA related to supervision. And we'll be working through that issue with them. But our reading of the contract at this point in time says that there is that supervision opportunity available through the contract language for us to use for this purpose.
Okay. And then a question on middle school changing clothes for PE.
Yeah, you know, there's curricular areas that are going to have to look different than they have before. And the locker rooms for physical education, music, some of the science activities clustering around in a small lab activity, just as a few examples, are things that are really going to have to be reconsidered as we return, right? And it may be, and I'm speaking maybes, that initially we're not able to have students dress out for PE and have all that commotion and traffic and moving around in a locker room. It could also be that if there are 2 PE classes in a given period at C.A. Jacobs, that class 1 dresses first in the first 10 minutes of the period, while class 2 takes roll and things like that. And then class 2 goes in and dresses after class 1 has finished dressing. There's all sorts of creative ways to organize the movement of students. But I think we have to be open to some of the things that we will have to do differently based on the safety protocols.
Okay. And a question about what will a high school classroom look like on campus?
Yes, I've already talked about classrooms, I think several times, but the idea of either desks spread apart or desks in pairs, one used, one not in a given period. It's going to depend on exactly what room that is and what the furniture is like, but we will have ensure through layout, plexiglass, et cetera, scheduling of how kids are seated to be maximizing distancing and protections.
Great. And then there was a specific question about combo classes. I don't know if this is too specific for this format in terms of answering it, but if your combo class can't be split and you're teaching, how do you teach 4th and 5th grade math?
Yeah, I think it probably is too narrow. Principals will work that out. I think that was Katie Lavin's question. And what she referred to about getting some help from one of the RTI teachers was what was in my mind I think that she might have taken some of the 5th graders or 4th graders, whatever it was. So there's a small, very small, it's maybe 3 combo classes in the elementary schools in the district. So those will be worked out with the site principals.
Great. And then there was a question about the actual number of minutes, and is this less than students are getting now?
Yeah, I think that was specifically to John Knight Middle School. So we've got a few factors working on the schedules, driving the minutes. So one is continuing meaningful educational minutes. And none of us want to see any decrease in synchronous or in-person instructional time, right? We were able to increase that with our schedule shift that happened at the end of January, and feedback on that has been overwhelmingly positive. So when we talk about that block schedule that we have proposed, and again, that's a proposal and is not adopted at this point in time, the idea of potentially moving down to 80 minutes of class time with your teacher in a 2-day period instead of 90, it's a legitimate concern, right? However, to make the safety practices, including, let's say, middle school, not having a lunch on the campus, we create that by shortening that period a little bit as a compromise. I will make a strong argument that a minute in class in front of their teacher is so much more valuable than minutes in distance learning, right? So while giving up 10 minutes is not something I'm wild about, having the value of in-person instruction as opposed to those 5 additional minutes per day that happen in Zoom right now, it's a trade-off that I can accept. I'm not going to say I love it. You know, we have to finalize those schedules, and there's some work still to be done with that. But there will be some compromises in all the schedules in the end. And if we end up in the block periods, or if it remains single periods, you know, factors like cleaning will drive the elementary schedule. You know, if the elementary schedule comes the way we want of A and B, AM, PM, some of that schedule is driven by the ability to clean up the classroom spaces, the parts of the classrooms and bathrooms that are needed. So there's multiple factors there, and our intent is to maximize in-person instructional minutes for kids. You're muted now, Catlin, somehow. I don't know how you did
Sorry,
that.
I think I muted my dog's barking. Apologies to my neighbors, one of whom is on this call. My dog is barking because I let her out during the break, and that was a mistake. So she has way back in, by the way. She's just choosing to stay out and bark. Just for the record. My question was a follow-up to that one. There was a question about async. Are students who are in the A group supposed to join the B group on Zoom and do async afterwards?
No, it would equate to homework. I think that was Tammy's question about Lala. And you would have their in-person time, and then there would be, in our schedule, it was 3 hours of in-person time, and then there would be an hour of homework, which would probably look like, you know, 20 or 30 minutes of reading time, a little bit of math, a little bit of writing, whatever it may be. But no, they would not be in person in the morning and then have virtual time in the afternoon.
Great. Okay. Great. All right. And then COVID isolation rooms. There were questions about who would man the COVID isolation rooms and what happened again if the nurses were sick.
Mm-hmm. Yes. So we would be heavily dependent on our nursing staff for these spaces. It's obviously the natural role for them to engage in. Excuse me, there's also, you know, on a more limited role, the possibility of having one of those TPMs who's there throughout the day, just present in the room to watch that kids are not getting near each other or things of that nature. Obviously, all the PPE and spacing required being provided and being used. I don't have an answer to what happens if the nurses aren't available. We have previously explored contracting services, nursing services, because of our concerns about staffing availability. And we will return to looking at that as an opportunity, as a resource. You know, we are receiving COVID-specific funding. That's the type of thing that is a very appropriate expenditure out of those types of dollars. If we need additional nursing because of COVID and isolation rooms, then we can pay for it out of those restricted funds. So yeah, I couldn't tell you exactly who would cover those now, but we do realize we have to be ready for it.
Okay, great. And then Jamie had a series of questions regarding equity. Starting with the parent survey, how did we create equity on the parent survey?
So probably imperfectly, as I think all the equity questions that he posed. I can't say that we practice 100% perfectly equitable all the time, despite our best efforts. So the survey, as with all of our previous ones, was presented in both English and Spanish. Our robocalls home were made in both English and Spanish. Our emails, weekly update, Facebook posts encouraging people to take it were all in English and Spanish. And we also, from my office, requested our sites to use their parent liaisons to reach out to families especially for whom the language might be an issue, to encourage them and assist them as needed to take the survey as well. So there was a considerable effort made, and there's probably there's additional or perhaps more effective ways to add to those efforts, and we're constantly looking at ways to do that.
Great. And then he had a question about mask equity, and while you answer that, I'm going to run and shut my door real quick now that my dog's in.
Certainly. I think Mark mentioned the number earlier today. We have 210,000 disposable masks in our possession right now. That's
210,000 adult masks. That doesn't include the 180,000 kid masks.
Okay.
Plus the cloth masks we got from the state.
Thank you, Mark. I am entirely confident that we can provide the number of masks for everyone that could possibly be needed.
Great. And then Jamie also had a question on time for public comment, and we changed that actually a couple of meetings ago. So that's been sort of gave a warning, said we were going to do it, did it, and this is another example of that. So the public comment time is 3 minutes per person. Ratio in the classroom. I have a ratio in the classroom.
Ratios in classrooms are established through the physical distancing requirements.
Okay.
There's no hard numbers of you can only have this many kids. In the flexible cohort activities allowable that we have not taken advantage of, there was a ratio of, I think it was 14 students to 2 adults. That's not the basis of our reopening. So what the basis for our spacing is, our standard classroom is 960 square feet. Mark has done the calculations on with 6 foot distancing, how many people can you put in a room? That's what we target. There is the provision, as I think I mentioned earlier, in the guidance saying that the absolute minimum is 4 feet if there's been a good faith effort to create all other distancing at 6 feet. So our absolute goal is 6 feet, and that determines how many kids go in a room, how many kids and adults go in a room.
Okay. And will students be and teachers and staff be trained how to wear masks? Will there be any sort of mask training?
I hadn't thought about that, and I think Eleanor's question actually was specific to kind of medical training, and certainly we would not operate at that level. But I think Mark wanted to make a series of YouTube videos.
I like it. Yeah.
We already on the website, if you go to health services, is how to wear a mask and social distancing videos in both English and Spanish. And we will continue to add to that for everything else, including how to walk on a campus, path through classrooms and all that stuff. So yes, that's already out there.
And those are the types of resources, thank you, Mark, that would be made available to classroom teachers and other staff as appropriate to work with their students, right? We're going to be teaching and reteaching safety protocols for, it's not just the first couple days of school. It'll be for some time, but those types of resources are available to help.
Great. Toilet flushing was a question.
Somebody asked us about that long time ago, and I hadn't thought about it since, quite honestly. And I don't know, Mark, if in any of your planning work, the topic has come up of late. I'm going to have to go back to that one myself. I just can't speak to it with any kind of confidence tonight, but we will look into it.
Great. And then will we?
Oh, there's
Mark.
Sorry.
Mark, help out.
In the last 6 months of safety meetings, it has not come up. But I will tell you, we will not do a video on this.
Excellent. Question about will staff and teachers and students and families be quarantined if they travel?
So there is no requirement from any public health agency that I'm aware of requiring the quarantining of people who have traveled. It is typical now that people who fly have to provide a negative evidence of a negative test. We've had some experience with that with some employees of late. And I don't know if that was just domestic travel or if that was just international travel or domestic. You know, we have no way to monitor what everybody is doing by any means. And shouldn't, honestly. So establishing some local protocol about you have to do this or you can't do that when it's not founded in guidance from any of the public health agencies just is not a wise practice for us. When you deal with people who have had close contact and exposure, that's handled in all the protocols that are spelled out in all the documents that are spread over my table here. But quarantining someone who travels is not included in anything that we're working with at this point in time.
Okay, and then what if, this actually came up a couple of times, what if a student changes their mind and is a roomie and decides they want to be a Zoomie? How do we work that?
Yeah, so we want to offer flexibility there to the degree that we can, right? So one of the challenges, about the only challenge, so I don't see any challenge in going from in-person to distance, right? The challenge that could exist would be in going from distance to in-person if we're at our capacity for that classroom or for the programs. That would be the risk, the only risk that I can see. You know, we need people to be comfortable in order to be successful. And if it turns out they're not comfortable with the option that they choose, we want to accommodate allowing them to switch. Now, that in my book, that would be a one-time thing. You're not going to get to go from distance this week to in-person next week and back to distance the week after that. Obviously, individual circumstances can be dealt with on that basis, but on the whole, I think we would provide a one-time option to switch.
Okay. And then we had a couple questions about lunch period, recess, and teacher-driven recess.
Yeah, so my comment there really derives from the thought that recess is not going to look like it used to, like we're used to seeing, right? Typically what happens in a school recess is the bell rings, and let's say that recess has first, second, and third graders in it, and kids come pouring out of classrooms, ignoring the request to walk, and immediately are intermingled across the whole space. And recess can't look like that anymore. And the idea of recesses being held simultaneously at the same time isn't even a valid thought at this point in time. Recess might happen that there's a first grade classroom and a third grade classroom and a fifth grade classroom out at the same time, instead of all the first and second grades together, right? That would promote the kids not mingling as much. And the idea that recess, really it's more of a break probably in the new model than recess. And, we envision one class is out on the grass, one class is on the play structure, one class is on the blacktop. And you could rotate, on the weekly basis or daily basis or whatever. Teachers are accustomed in the elementary setting to supervising morning recess. We'll be in the boat of having a morning recess and an afternoon recess because A and B, again, in our proposed model. The teacher's responsibility is not going to be significantly different in terms of monitoring class, but what class is doing during recess, I think, will look a lot different.
Okay. And then there was another question regarding bathroom procedure for JKMS and DHS. Oh, wait, Mark had a question. or a comment on
Before we
this.
go on, I just want to jump in just to tell you that playground procedures have changed. So in the beginning, we purchased electrostatic backpack sprayers because the thought was kids would play in the playground and we'd go spray it. Currently, the guidelines are students should either wash their hands or use antibacterial hand sanitizer before they go to play. And as soon as they're done, they use that same hand sanitizer when they come back. The transmission from playing on playground equipment or using balls or hula hoops is not seem to be as great as what it once was. So there was a question about how are we cleaning? The answer is kids are using hand sanitizer prior to going to recess and after. Sorry.
Great.
Great.
Thanks,
No,
Mark.
thank you.
No,
That's helpful.
pretty good for an IT guy, right?
Yeah, right. So the next question was on bathroom procedure for JKMS and DHS. The idea of not having students congregate together in a bathroom. Do we have a procedure for that?
So that's the supervision staff that will be on campus. That's critical. It could also mean that we might not have all bathrooms open at all times as a way to provide more direct supervision, right? So rather than have 6 kids go into a bathroom simultaneously, with supervision, with potentially fewer bathrooms open and with supervision, and I'm talking about like this is during class time, that you would have a supervisor there to say, get in a line, guys, and there's no more than 2 in the room at a time, or that kind of approach. Obviously, passing periods, the time between classes, which is a traditional time of a flood into bathrooms, is going to have to be managed differently, and it might be that restrooms aren't available for kids during the short passing periods. Might be. Please hear all the conditional language here, folks. It could be, we don't want kids roaming, and the flip of that is we don't want kids roaming around campus during instructional time for all sorts of reasons. So these variables are different at each site, numbers of bathrooms, locations of bathrooms, and so they will be fine-tuned at the site level for what makes the most sense.
Great. And then what is our policy on backpacks in the classroom? Will they be in the classroom? And there's also a question related to having special boxes for student supplies as well. So student supplies and backpacks, will they be in the classroom? Will there be some?
Yeah, I hadn't, and that question about the supply boxes was, and I don't know at how many sites, I think the reference was to Gretchen Higgins, where the lid of the desk lifts up, and what to do about the plexiglass on the top of that. I don't know the answer to that question. And Mark might not either. I don't know if he thought about it yet or not, but that's one.
The answer is we don't open the desk.
Okay, so we would provide some sort of box or other device for kids to hold their stuff. Okay.
And then backpacks, would that
be? Turn your camera back on, Mark. I haven't seen anything addressing the use of backpacks. Have you, Mark?
I have not. I just can't imagine any high school not allowing backpacks. And the fact is we're going to be transporting Chromebooks back and forth. And I think Lucas just gave me a thumbs up that he needs a backpack. So if Lucas says backpacks, then I'm all in.
Yeah, we kind of need them.
I've seen nothing in any of the guidance documents talking about needing to restrict those types of items.
It is a good point. I'll do some more research tomorrow morning.
Thank you, Mark. Get right on that.
Yeah. And then will pens and pencils in classes have to come out of teachers' pockets?
My wife is an elementary teacher, and every year she has spent a lot of money on providing pens and pencils and crayons and staplers and rulers and everything else to her students above and beyond. And She is one of many, 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 many. I'm just talking about what I've observed firsthand and what I've put on desks in her classroom over the years. We have the obligation to provide the materials that our kids need. So we will verify what we have on hand at this period of time. We'll respond to that more fully after we've had a chance. You know, this is an elementary school thing. After we've had a chance to talk with our principals on how they would organize this, right? It is not the expectation that our teachers go and buy classroom supplies for every child. And I'm saying that knowing that many of them have. That's what the point I tried to make at the start of this. Many of them have spent a lot of money over time. And we have to take a hard look at that before we get back in.
Okay. And Mark, I think this next question is going to be directed to you. It has to do with the air changes per hour in terms of ventilation in our classrooms.
So that's not the one I thought you were going to ask. I thought you were going to ask HEPA filters.
Oh, well, that's right next to it. So why don't you do both while you're there? HEPA filters and air changes per hour.
Air purifiers are using HEPA filters. Currently, the guidelines on air changes is somewhere between 15 and 20% fresh air, which is what we have set each of our HVAC units for, along with the newest guidelines are open doors and windows as much as possible. And once we do that, then I can no longer guess or evaluate air changes once we do that. So we will get as much fresh air in the room as possible. Until recently, our HVAC guy said, when you open doors and windows, you put a lot more stress on the HVAC units themselves trying to keep up. But I think at this point in time, as much fresh air as we can get in to the classroom makes the most sense. We'll take care of the HVAC units as we need to, but there is no number I can place on that currently, other than we're bringing 20% fresh air in through the economizer of each unit.
Great, thank you. And then there was a question that I'll answer related to our board members. It was specific to board members. Are board members aware of Davis's decision in terms of their reopening? I would safely say, and I think I can speak for all of my board members, that we've all paid a lot of attention to who's reopening in the area and what they're doing, and so I would say that is a yes, that we're aware of Davis and Vacaville and Fairfield and Travis and all of the districts and their specifications around their reopening. There was also a question about parent volunteers, and this was sort of a two folks asked this question related to PTO, and then is there a possibility of parents coming on campus to help with teachers who are teaching remotely? So both questions related to parents on campus.
Yeah, we've thanked everybody tonight, I think, except for our parents associations and parent groups who've been actively working to support our students and our staff. And so I apologize for not recognizing that earlier and offering that thank you. There's fundraising going on. There's goodies and recognition attempts and efforts for both students and staff that are greatly appreciated. So thank you there. The bottom line, let's talk about the parent organizations first. In tightly controlled, absolutely safe practices, we're going to want to look to allow that a parent group creates bags for kids to pick up on their way off the campus with the goodies for whatever the event is. You know, I'd say Halloween if it were Halloween time, but just the idea that there are ways to encourage and support and allow some of the types of things that the parent organizations have done over the year, and different ones for these circumstances. that we want to embrace and we want to try to make happen, right? That's just, this is not lock the gates and say, too bad, you're not welcome here. Again, it's going to vary by site. It's going to vary by the organization at the site. And so the hard and fast PTOs can't do anything, I don't think is reality. What won't be able to happen is the individual parent going in volunteering in a classroom. We just won't be able to do that. And John's question about, you know, taking parent volunteers, and he's an attorney and talked about the release of liability and all those types of things. I cannot imagine that our insurance provider will allow us to engage in those types of activities, regardless of what is signed as a release. You know, we're going to be very limited in what we can do with outsiders. And then to speak to office traffic, it's a legitimate issue that's been raised by the SEIU leadership. You know, we're used at the school settings to having a lot of parent traffic in and out of offices. It's going to have to look different. Some things are going to have to be completed by telephone still, rather than people coming in the office. Picking up a child who needs to go home or go to the doctor or those types of things might look differently than it has in the past as well. So, you know, we're saying it's going to look different for kids and students. It's also going to look different for parents on what we can let happen, what we can do safely.
Okay. And I think I've got two more questions that that we haven't specifically answered. And I want to say to folks on the call, if for some reason we did not specifically answer your question, please email us with those questions. I think we're going to answer these last two, and then we're going to conclude this item. So a question on why plexiglass boxes?
Extra precaution. So the plexiglass exceeds all guidance anywhere. It's suggested, if you can't do the 6 feet, it's suggested as a mitigation effort, along with extra effort on ventilation and maybe facing desks away from each other, that type of thing. So it's an above and beyond. Honestly, some people would, you know, because, you know, of the way the virus is transmitted, would say it's pointless, it's useless. There's some benefit to it, clearly. It's not a sealed, hermetically sealed bubble, anything of that nature. But we've heard from staff that they want that extra level of protection. That's why it's there.
Great. And then the last question that I have on the list is illness protocol. So if a student is not feeling well and tells their teacher they're not feeling well, what's the protocol around that?
Yeah, we have to have a little bit more conversation with our principals on this one. Nicole was absolutely right. You know, there's typically a steady stream of traffic from classrooms up to the office with a kid not feeling well. Sometimes that's because the child needs to see that school secretary or nurse or parent liaison who they love and get some comfort and support from. That's an awful lot of why, in my experience, kids go up to the office. Of course, at times they're not feeling well. So we've got more conversation to have on that. You know, the concern or potential, I suppose, is that we're going to have less flexibility when a child says they're not feeling well and I want to go to the office. It may mean that they're more likely to have to go home than the typical go on up there, sit on the cot in the nurse's office for 10 minutes. Are you feeling better now? Yeah, I'm feeling okay. All right, head back to class. It may be that we have to see more children getting picked up and going home. I hope that's not the case, but we obviously can't have kids in large numbers in the office, or if it's an isolation space, we've got to be careful about that. So that will be a topic of conversation at the sites. It's really an elementary issue, little bit of middle school, but overwhelmingly elementary.
Great, thank you. And I want to just take a minute to thank, oh, go ahead, Mark.
Can I answer one IT question, since that's the
Yes.
hat I wear?
Yes.
The question was internet at John Knight Middle School.
Oh, thank you.
Yes. Sorry.
And my geeky answer is the fiber has been pulled. That was pulled on Friday from Wave. They gave me a date of between the 25th and 28th to be done. So now Wave will come in, put the equipment in, terminate the fiber so that they have their own internet connection and we can disconnect them from Anderson.
Great.
Great.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Mark.
Thank you.
I think there was an element of a question there too, just about bandwidth overall. If we have kids zooming in and kids using devices on the network in the classroom. Would you mind speaking to that as well, Mark, please?
Yes. So we applied for E-rate a year ago, and part of that E-rate was the increase in our bandwidth by upgrading our internal switches and by upgrading our access points so that we can handle more traffic at one time, especially since we moved to one-to-one. So we are in the process of having all those switches and access points put in over the next couple of months so that we can handle all the extra bandwidth that we will need.
Great. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark.
And DJ, did we miss one?
Yeah, I found one. I think Nick actually answered it last week, but I want to hear Brian talk more. So the question.
I don't want to hear Brian talk anymore, and neither does anyone else. But
the question was about conference week being the week of 3/8 and how that could affect teachers showing up in person.
yeah, it's a potential conflict for sure, right? And we've had a little bit of conversation at the table with DTA over it. It could take some adjustments to what we do that week. It could be that it affects our timeline. We'll see. Obviously, that's contingent on that optimistic timeline that I laid out at the front, but we are aware of it and have had some conversation. We'll have to wrap that up a little further.
Great. Okay. So here's the plan here. First, I just want to thank Brian for the running question. That's pretty impressive. I mean, you didn't skip a beat, so that was pretty impressive. We've spent about 3.5 hours on public comment, question and answer. Again, if you have questions that we didn't answer or you thought of them while we were talking, please email us. We will be putting out some frequently asked questions and those sorts of things as time progresses. So you will see more answers and more answers to your questions as well. At this point in time, there is a motion and a second on the floor. I'm going to take a roll call vote. Does everybody remember the motion? It was a while ago. We've had 150 people drop from this call, so I guess we need to be a little more entertaining in our answers from now on to keep our audience. But there's still
I personally don't have any additional comments, but I didn't know if you're supposed to ask if there's any more board comments.
I will ask if there's any more board comments. I think my first question is, does everybody remember what the motion was and feel comfortable with that?
Madam Chairman, will you repeat the motion?
I will repeat the motion. Let me find it here. The motion is the Dixon Unified School District Governing Board will return to in-person board meetings effective March 1. Following that, and provided that Solano County is in the red tier, staff will return to campuses the week of March 8th in preparation for a phased-in student return. The 3-week phased-in student return as outlined in the administration's proposal will begin March 16th. And lastly, administrative staff is directed to finalize details of the return, including instructional schedules based on this timeline with our labor partners. Are there any final board questions or comments related to this motion?
I have a comment.
Go ahead.
I would like to first commend the chair for managing a very effective and efficient meeting. I'd like to also thank the participants for having very thoughtful questions that were very civil in nature. I've been involved in education for 45 years, both at the high school level, the State Department of Education level, and the University of California, Davis level. And never in those 45 years have I ever encountered such a challenge that we're confronted with tonight. It's just unbelievable. And I hope that when COVID is finally conquered, if it's ever conquered, you know, we can look back at this time and say, we did the right thing. I will tell those who are out there still in the audience that as a board member, I don't take lightly the teacher health and safety concerns, as well as the mental, emotional, and academic needs of our students' concerns. And so I'm ready to vote, and I thank you for the opportunity to participate in this discussion.
Great, thank you, Lloyd. Any other board comments, questions before we take the vote? Melissa, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say, I feel like that this was one of the most productive board meetings that we've had thus far. I know we're only on our first agenda item, but everyone was kind and respectful. And I really appreciate that for everyone who spoke. I know there's lots of different views out there, but I do appreciate when people can give courtesy to others.
Agreed. Yes, thank you all for doing that. All right, any other board comments, questions? All right, I'm going to go ahead with a roll call vote. DJ? I didn't hear you, sorry. Did you?
Aye.
Okay. Lloyd?
Aye.
Melissa?
Aye.
Jewel?
Aye.
Lucas?
Aye.
And I as well. Motion passes. And we will move on to item number 2. Approval of the contract with FCMAT for financial or for fiscal health risk assessment.
Great. Thank you, Catlin. So I'll make this very, very brief. FCMAT is the Fiscal Crisis and Management Assistance Team. It's a statewide body. It's funded by the state of California. It's a non-governmental organization, actually. And in the summer of 2019, we had them come in and complete the fiscal health risk assessment for us. We hadn't done that in the district before. And it was a really productive process for us. They examined all of our business processes and procedures. We also included human resources in that study at that time. So we brought that in as a proactive measure to see how we were doing. Subsequent to that, our December 1st interim report, we certified as qualified. The March 2nd interim report of the last school year, we certified as qualified. And then the first interim report a year ago, December, we actually qualified as negative. So those 3 interim reports with a certification other than positive trigger an automatic fiscal health risk assessment once again. These provisions are in education code. And so FCMAT is going to come back to us again. And this is a no cost item because it was triggered by law. And they will come and complete the exact same fiscal health risk assessment that they did the year and a half, almost 2 years ago with us again. So this is an opportunity. We're really viewing this as an opportunity, to show the growth and improvements that we've made in our business practices since that last study was issued. It was issued a year ago, November. We've already begun working on the assessment, the parts that we can do, and we're really encouraged by what we see as things that we can answer yes to that were no's back that time before. So this does not mean that we are on the edge of insolvency or going upside down, anything of that nature. What it means is that because we haven't been able to file positive for these previous 3 cycles, FCMAT comes in and checks things out and makes sure that we are operating in accordance with all, guidance, regs, efficiencies, and all those types of things. So we could have tucked this away on the consent calendar and not have brought any attention to it, but really feel it's our obligation to reveal all elements of our operations. This is one that, ideally we wouldn't be doing because it means we haven't had those positive certifications, but those are well documented. And this is one step that we take with this outside agency to ensure that we're doing things by the book. So I'd ask for your approval on this contract.
Great. Are there any board comments on this contract, on this issue? DJ?
Yes. Was there supposed to be anything on page 3? It was blank. So I just want to confirm, there's no error there. And my other question is, which district staff will take place in the orientation described in item 2A? Is that like a budget oversight committee thing? Will there be any board members as part of that orientation, or the orientation already take place, or?
No, it hasn't taken place. We don't have our visit scheduled yet. We're waiting to hear from FCMAT. I did previously signed the contract to expedite the process, so we're anticipating hearing from them any day to get this scheduled. We have requested for the assessment to happen absolutely as quickly as possible. The orientation typically is with the business. It's with the executive cabinet group, basically, DJ. And if I remember correctly, Melissa, you can just shake your head. You were interviewed. You were board president at the time, and you were interviewed as part of the process, right?
Yes, it was.
Okay, thank you. So there is that board involvement in that level. So, okay.
Great, thank you. Any other board questions or comments?
Was
Only
page
that
3 blank on purpose?
Page 3 is blank.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm not sure what happened there. I believe it was a 3-page document. Yeah, I'll forward that. I'll get you guys the full version of it.
It's all there, Brian.
Is it all there? Okay.
Yeah, it's all there. I don't know why it printed out a blank page, but.
Oh, the blank is in the middle. Yeah, okay, yeah.
It's numbered correctly, so.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Great, good. Okay, any other board questions or comments on this item before I go to public comment? All right, seeing none, I'm going to open public comment on this item. Kathleen?
Hi, good evening again. I am a member of the Budget Advisory Committee. And so, Brian, I'm hoping that you can speak to some questions. Forgive me if some of the questions I'm about to ask you literally just addressed, because I'm getting quite sleepy. Right? And I'm less than in the meantime. So I'm curious as to whether or not a contract with this company is an obligation our district has to uphold because we want to avoid being insolvent. I'm also curious as to the financial impact that this contract will have, aka how much money is this going to cost our district when we're facing, a budget deficit that's quite large in the coming years. Thank you.
Yeah, you betcha. You want to take all, sorry, I'll be disciplined and not answer questions until you've closed public comment.
Is there any other public comment on this item? All right, seeing none, I'm going to close public comment, and Brian, you can go ahead and answer Kathleen's
All right,
answer.
so Kathleen, anybody else, this is a no-cost contract. The service is provided in accordance with law. So FCMAT does require that it be board approved, but we do not pay anything for this service. And the requirement for this study is not triggered by any conclusion by FCMAT or anyone else that we're teetering on the brink of insolvency or anything of that nature. If that were a concern, Solano County Office of Education would be the agency that would take action with regards to that. They would appoint a fiscal expert or a fiscal advisor, and they would take a much more active role in overseeing our budget. We currently meet with them once monthly to review budget issues. This is triggered by the qualified and negative status of our certifications over the last year. We've actually made progress in each of those certifications, obviously going from negative to qualified, but our qualified last year to our qualified this year, we showed improvement in our fiscal health overall. So we are, this is not triggered by, we're on the verge of going belly up, to put it in a colloquial manner.
And I would just add to that, I think Kathleen used the word company, and FICMAT isn't a company.
No, not a company at all. Yeah.
Right. So it's an organization that was designed by legislation to help in these exact circumstances. So
Yep. Nonprofit, government funded. Yes.
Yeah. Great. Okay. We've had board comment, public comment. I am going to request a motion on the approval of the contract with FICMAT for financial health risk assessment.
Move to approve the contract.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Great. There's a motion and a second. I'm going to do a roll call vote. DJ?
Aye.
Lloyd?
Aye.
Melissa?
Aye.
Jewel? I think you're saying aye. I'm trying to read lips.
Saying aye too. Yes.
I'm gonna give us a thumbs up, Joel.
Thumbs up, Joel.
And,
yeah.
Oh, good. And Lucas.
Aye.
And I as well. Motion passes. Okay, we're gonna move on to approval.
Aye.
Oh, good. Excellent, Joel. Thank you.
It's official.
That's good. We're gonna move on to approval of additional service request with Glumac.
Lumac, yes.
They don't spell that out, right? It's they say it.
That is how you say it. Yes, Lee Coop is I think with us. I should have told her to take the night off. I apologize, Lee, for not doing that with the late hour here we've got going. But Lee is our consultant from School Site Solutions Incorporated, and she's here to speak to both this item and the next one on moving. Thank you, Lee.
Thank you, Brian. My name is Lee Coop with School Site Solutions, and thank you for allowing me to help on these two agenda items. GLUMAC is our commissioning agent for the JKMS project, the John Knight Middle School construction project. And the commissioning is to make sure that the systems like the heating, ventilation, air conditioning, lighting, and other systems like that work according to both code and according to efficiency standards that they are supposed to do. With the addition of the window and kitchen project, which is also being done right now as a separate project on site by Burco, the commissioning agent wants to add those services, and we need them to add the services for the kitchen area. And so I believe that is as both in the exhaust fan and the units inside the kitchen, as well as the air handling units there. So these were additional services in the amount of $12,800. The original contract, which has been board approved previously, was $33,100, and this would make it $45,900. And School Site Solutions recommends this for approval. I'd take any questions.
Great, thank you. Are there any board questions on this item?
That's additional $500 will be included to the reimbursable expense budget for this project. What's that about?
Right, so reimbursables typically are if they have printing costs, mailing costs, sometimes travel, depends on what the contract says. And so that is part of the contract.
Got it.
Great, any other questions on this item?
What step in the process is this with the CBOC for this approval? Are we like first and they're later, or how's it? What's the?
CBOC has not seen this item. They will see it at their March meeting.
Okay.
They saw the original GLUMAC approval. They did see the original contract. Now they will see this one.
All right, other questions, other board questions? All right, seeing none, I'm going to open for public comment on this item. All right, seeing no public comment, I'm going to close public comment and I will entertain a motion on item number 3.
I'll move.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
I second.
There's a motion and a second. I'm going to take a roll call vote. BJ?
Aye.
Lloyd?
Aye.
Melissa?
Aye.
Jewel?
Aye.
Lucas?
Aye.
And I as well. Motion passes.
Thank you.
And we're on to number 4, the JKMS renovation project moving services ratification for contract increase.
Thank you. This is for Valley Relocation. They are the board approved company that has helped with our moving services for moving existing items from C.A. Jacobs to John Knight Middle School. That move was accomplished successfully in December during the holiday break. And they performed very well. They are a great company to work with, and we got our money's worth. District definitely got its money's worth on their services. This is for additional services. There was one internal move that 3 rooms were transferred around once we got there. And then also we had to order additional boxes for the teachers. And also then there's deliveries that have to do with that. So also this would be the final box. I call it the box reconciliation. Currently in the contract, it calls for a payment of, I believe it's 75 cents. It might be $1.50 for rental of the boxes. And if we return those boxes, then that's the cost. If we have to purchase the boxes, then if the district doesn't get the boxes back from teachers and from people who have used them, they are not folded up and they're not there. We do a count, and then that means that the district has purchased those boxes. Generally, this happens all the time. We don't get all the boxes back, and that is very standard. We keep it to a minimum. And right now we're estimating, we put a high on it of 50%. It's not going to be anything close to that. It will probably be something like between 15 and 20%, I imagine. COVID has complicated that, of course. So teachers are right now, some have not unpacked yet. They're waiting for some more storage units. And now, of course, as deadlines near, possibly with students returning, they will continue to unpack and set up classrooms and do everything they would normally do as far as unpacking those boxes and then returning them. So this extra is for all of those things: the box reconciliation, any extra pickups, any extra boxes, and that the internal move with the 3 rooms. The current contract, which has been board approved, is $14,080. This increase is $3,891. Part of the agenda item tells you what that is for. And of course, they only bill to what they actually do. So it's only, it's not to exceed, and it's for the materials and services they actually provide. So it'll probably be something less than that, I am anticipating. But we would ask for that, the contract to be increased to $17,971. And I would entertain any questions. And also, this also will be going to the CBOC, this increase at their March meeting. The CBOC has seen the original contract.
Great, thank you. Are there board questions, comments on this item?
Comment, the 17,900, that seems like a very reasonable amount for, given what they moved into.
Yes.
So I'm pleased with this.
Yeah.
Great. Let's see, any other board questions, comments? All right, are there any public comments on this item? All right, seeing none, I will entertain a motion on item number 4.
So move.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
I second.
Great, there's a motion and a second. I'll do a roll call vote. DJ,
Aye.
Lloyd,
Aye.
Melissa,
Aye.
Jewel,
Aye.
Lucas,
Aye.
and I as well. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lee.
Thank you very much, Lee.
Thank you.
All right, we are moving on to our last agenda item, B1, the 2021-2022 student attendance calendar.
Yes, thank you, President O'Halloran. Good evening, board members, Superintendent Dolan. I am going to share my screen on the draft 21-22 school attendance calendar. I wanted to share that we have 9 members on this calendar committee, and 4 of them are district representatives, 4 of them are certificated, and 1 classified. And this item before you tonight is just for information discussion. The calendar committee is recommending this draft version of the traditional Dixon Unified School Attendance Calendar. The turquoise days are teacher work days. The first day for students to return back from summer break would be on August 11th. The yellow highlighted dates are local holidays, non-student days, or non-work days. The purple dates are parent conferences for elementary and our middle school. And then the orange dates are finals for our high school. You'll see the traditional 1 week for Thanksgiving, 3 weeks for winter break. In March, we have parent conferences again, and 1 week off for spring break, which is the traditional. And then in June, the 3 days for finals, and the teacher's last day, last work day would be on a Monday. There are 180 instructional days for students, and an additional 4 teacher faculty days. So a total of 184 work days for certificated teachers. The committee wanted to share this recommendation to hear any board comments or feedback so that I could take that back to the calendar committee. And our next steps would be to discuss that if there's any feedback from tonight, from either the board or the public. And a final version of the school attendance calendar will be taken to the board again on March 4th for approval. And I can entertain any questions you may have.
All right, are there any board questions on this item? DJ?
I had a few and you answered a couple of them, so good job, Cindy. You're a mind reader. So one is a comment, one is a question. Seems like February 28th to May 27th, 60 school days with only 1 week break. Sounds like it could be a rough stretch. I don't know how I'll just, that's my comment. But then again, you get into the whole, like we have this year, March, middle of March holiday thing. So I don't know, but anyway. And then my other question is, when is graduation typically? When would it be in this schedule? And I hope that it would be after June 6th so that teachers could work on their grades on that day. That's pretty much the whole point of that day at the end. So I guess I just wanted to make sure that teachers would have the availability to work on their grades on that work day, and graduation would be following that.
Yes, I'll need some help on the graduation question, but our typical school attendance calendar has not included the graduation date. Brian, can you help me with that?
I know that leadership has been kind of in discussions with the admin and everything about what exactly we're doing for graduation, because we have to go by some guidelines. So we don't actually have a set plan for what graduation is going to be. So once that is set in stone, we'll have a better idea of what it
Lucas,
is.
this is for next year, just so
Yeah,
you.
this is for next year, Lucas. It's for 2022.
So, yeah, let me.
No, we have no idea how it's going to be.
Yeah. So graduation historically here is on the Saturday morning following the end of the school year. Sometimes that has been it's usually been a Thursday, student attendance day. A couple times in well, not so recent years, it was a Friday. Grades are not due until the end of that workday, which in this case would be Monday. There is a process for seniors who are at risk of not graduating. They're carrying the Ds or have other issues where there's communication going on between counseling center, admin, and the teachers of those students. They have a good monitoring process to see where kids are. And those grades are always checked prior to the end of the day on Friday before graduation, whether there's a work day or not. So, and we're not ironclad about grades have to be in on Monday. Teachers have, the flexibility if they're going to use more time on after the graduation weekend to get their grades in. So Aries doesn't get locked down. So, it's been a while since we had our workday on the Monday after graduation. We have done it in the past. It's probably not ideal, but it still allows for the wrap up to get done for everybody across the district.
Great, thank you. Any other board questions on this item?
I do. I have some,
Okay.
if that's okay.
Yeah.
Cindy, the first question I have is this last year, the calendar committee wanted to only do 2 weeks of Christmas break, and then we were supposed to have a whole week off in February. Did teachers and staff decide that was not, they didn't like that? Do you know?
Honestly, that wasn't really discussed through the calendar committee. And this is just my personal opinion, is I think we're trying to look for some normalcy next year just because of how this year has been. And I think because everyone is trying to find some consistency of what normal looked like, everyone felt comfortable with this traditional calendar version, comfortable enough to make a recommendation for feedback. Now, that doesn't mean that I can't take comments or feedback back to the committee so that we can have a discussion around that if you'd like us to.
No, I'm fine with the 3 weeks. I was just wondering, last year for this year, they were pretty adamant about trying, just 2 weeks, that they thought it would be better. And so I was just wondering, so I'm fine with that. But the one date that I'm wondering is that I would maybe possibly consider changing is, what is the November 11th break for, the day off?
It's a federal holiday, it's Veterans Day.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
In the past, have we moved that to a Friday or a Monday?
Move it by law. Yeah, you can't move it by law.
Okay.
It's a challenge when it's anything but Monday or Friday. It's a hassle. But
okay.
What will happen is that each year the calendar dates will change. So Veterans Day will fall on a different day next year, which would be Friday. And then the following year, it'll be on a weekend and it'll be observed on a Monday.
Okay, thank you. Those were my questions.
Great. Any other board comments or questions? All right, seeing none, I'm going to go to public comment. It looks like we have one public comment. Lene?
Yes, thank you. I just, similar to what the previous board member had just brought up, I think that it was brought, if I remember correctly, it was brought to the families last year to switch to just 2 weeks over the winter holiday. And if that's not, I just, it would be nice if we had that option again. I think that a lot of families had voted for it to just be 2 weeks. I can't remember exactly if it went out to school staff as well. But I think that we weren't able to necessarily follow that schedule this year, being as that our kids weren't in school. And it would be nice to have that opportunity to see if it is something that's beneficial. 3 weeks is a really long time for the kids to be out of school.
Great, thank you. Rodriguez?
Yeah, just piggybacking off of that, 3 weeks is a long time. And I know in other districts that we've lived in, we were in Benicia and we've been in Sacramento. We were used to 2 weeks. And then this is the first district that we've been in that it's been a 3-week stretch. And it does it's difficult during that time. So just from a parent that maybe a week in February to break up that longer stretch would be a good my kind of mental break during that time instead of driving home. So that's it.
Great, thank you. JS?
My understanding is the reason it was shortened to 2 weeks this year was because they needed to cut days. So we didn't go so far into June because of COVID, how the days changed, how we started school so late this year. I know my kids, we like to travel during that time. We have family out of state, and it's good to have that extra week because other schools are back in and it's not as busy to go visit those places.
Great, thank you. Any other public comment on this item? All right, seeing none, I'm going to close public comment. And Cindy, do you have the information you need or things you need to take back from us? Is there any other further direction you need from us on this?
No, I took some notes and I'll share it back at the committee and see if there's any dialogue. And I'll take forward a final draft at our next board meeting.
That sounds great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, there was no action needed on that item. So that concludes our agenda items. In terms of that section, we're going to move on to agenda items for future meetings. Do any board members have agenda items for future meetings? All right, seeing none. Board announcements. Do any board members have an announcement?
I have none.
All right, looks like Jewel has one.
Yeah, I just want to remind everyone about the series of 3 equity trainings that are sponsored by the Solano County School Boards Association. And the first training begins March 8th, and there's one in April and one in May. They're 2 hours, and I'm hoping that the board will be well represented at and some of the admin staff also at these trainings. So I just want to remind everybody that with all the things that we have to decide and vote on, that that we are in Dixon making every effort to augment what we're doing with our equity task force with some training for the board. And that's what I want to remind everybody of.
Great, thank you, Jewel. Okay, upcoming dates. Our next board meeting is March 4th. We'll get out more information about how to tune into that and where we'll be located once we have figured that all out as well. All right, we've come to the end of our agenda. I'm going to entertain a motion for adjournment.
I'll move.
There's a
Oh, just
motion
note for the record, it's 10:59.
Yeah,
10:59.
let's,
All right.
by the time we all get done, it's gonna be 11 o'clock.
All right.
Yeah, let me see let me see here.
It's me. I already know.
Okay.
All right.
I'll bake you a cake.
Okay.
Thank you, everybody. Thank
Shout
you.
out to the 45 still left, though.
Yeah.
There you go.
There's a motion on
Make
the
it
floor.
44.
Is there a second for adjourning?
I second.
All right, there's a motion and a second. DJ,
Aye.
Lloyd,
Aye.
Melissa,
Aye.
Lucas,
Aye.
and Jewel,
Aye.
and I as well. All right, we are all done for the evening. Thank you all. Bye-bye.
Everybody.
Bye-bye.